At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
This podcast is for entertainment purposes only. The thoughts, views shared here are just that, views. We just conversing, sharing perspective while having fun. So don't take this shit personal, and definitely don't try this at home. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Let's get to it.
The Trevor Jackson Podcast.
What's good? What's good with the family on this beautiful Sunday night? I know I got a great conversation for y'all tonight. I put the call-in number at the bottom of the screen in case people want to call in and interject in the conversation. This Officer Tatum debate that was on Jubilee, I have a feeling that it's about to go viral. It's one black conservative man against 20 black liberals. We're going to get into it. I got a couple of conversations that I want to have before that, though, because the Congressional Black Caucus, you know, this representative in South Carolina, Nancy Mace, she says she wants to end groups like the Black Caucus. You know, I got a couple of more conversations I want to have, and I want to be educated further by the people that's watching the show. You know, Wes Moore, he sat down with Killer Mike, the governor of Maryland, and he had a dope conversation that I just really want to, you know, dive into also. The history of reparations, how the conversation even got started. We're going to get into that also. But before we get into this Tatum debate, because I want to play it in its entirety, react to it, see what people agree with, see what people disagree with, and if they want to call in, you want to call into the show, you're more than welcome. So this is according to the Emancipator. Republican Nancy Mace wants to end groups like the Congressional Black Caucus. So the Representative Mace wants to shut down the racial and ethnic affinity caucuses, all of them, calling these congressional causes a form of segregation. In fact, these caucuses first emerged in the 1960s to provide affinity spaces for members subjected to segregation. Mace listed 23 caucuses in Congress that she feels discriminates on the base of race, color, ethnicity, or national origin, according to her office press release. So look at these groups. These groups are the people who's supposed to speak directly to the House and the Senate. It's Asian groups, it's black groups, it's even a black maternal health caucus. I didn't even know that. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Caucus, Hispanic Caucus, the Latino and Jewish Caucus. It's a ton of them, actually. So, you know, her wanting to remove that is interesting. Her being from South Carolina also. Korean caucuses, South Asian and American caucus. But let's keep reading, though. Race-based caucuses are not about diversity. They are segregation sanctioned by the legislative branch of the federal government, May said in a statement. You do not get to lecture America about inclusion while running an organization checking skin color at the door or advocating for Americans of one race over another. Wow. You don't get to lecture Americans about inclusion. When you come into the door, advocating division. Whoa. I got some thoughts about this, but we're going to break it down. It is a discrimination under the guise of diversity or resolution calls it what it is and shuts it down for good. For good. Historically, congressional members of color often find themselves isolated when they arrived on Capitol Hill. There were few other lawmakers like them in the 1960s. Black members of Congress formed the Democracy Select Committee to create a space where they felt safe discussing issues impacting the communities they serve. According to U.S. House records, the Democracy Select Committee would eventually become the Congressional Black Caucus, which paved the way for other similar groups. House Democratic leadership and the heads of several of the groups called Mace's move racist and shameless. The response was written by House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Whip Catherine Clark, caucus chair Pete Allegar, along with the chairs of the Congressional Tri-Caucus. Congressional Black Caucus Chair Rep. Yvette Clarke from New York City, Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus Chair Rep. Grace Ming, New York, and Congressional Hispanic Caucus Chair Rep. Adriano Esplat. Members of the Congress have every right to organize around shared policies, priorities, and the constitutions they serve. The Democratic leader and the leader of the Infinity Caucus said there are dozens of bipartisan congressional caucus dedicated to ethnic communities, geographic regions, industries, veterans, faith tradition, and countless other interests. Singling out the Congressional Tri-Caucus, which represents nearly half of all Americans, is racist and shameless attempt to silence the voices of minorities. Ooh-wee. I find that very interesting, man. Let me read a couple of the comments in the comment section. Tatum won the debate. Black Lives MAGA. Ooh-wee. Who is this? Aaron. What did you like about what Tatum said in the debate? I'm going to play it in its entirety. I'm going to react to it and get to it here shortly. But I just wanted to implement a few more conversations in the conversation before I got to it. You know, what I just read, though, what caught my interest and why I read that is because the Congressional Black Caucus has been under fire as of recently by the black community. The black community wants to know what are they doing specific. I'm gonna tell y'all what they want to know because I took notes. You know, the black community want the Congressional Black Caucus to prioritize home ownership rates. You know, the racial wealth gap, uh, the median black household wealth. You know, because it's substantially lower than the white household. Uh, they want the black communities to stop facing poverty rates and lower business ownership. They want them to prioritize that. And they just feel like, you know, they don't prioritize that. They feel like they don't represent foundational black Americans at the end of the day. And, you know, they feel like it's more people that's not indigenous to this land in the Black Caucus. Let me read what my boy said, man. Aaron, or the female, because you know that's a multiple name. Aaron, it could be a male or a female. He said Black Lives Matter. Whew. Tatum was real with everyone. We gonna get to it though. Should I go ahead and get to it, man? You know, forget that Congressional Black Caucus conversation. Let me pull this video up. Let's react to it. And I want everybody take. I put the phone number at the bottom of the screen so people can call in and give their thoughts. Hold up.
Today and get your first month.
Hold up. Let's go back to the top. Go back to the top. I haven't seen it yet. So, Aaron, in the comment section, you said that, you know, Officer Tatum won the debate. We're going to watch it in its entirety. Each contestant that come up to debate with him, we're going to watch it. And then I'm going to give my take and allow people to call into the show and give their take. The number is at the bottom. I would really like to know everybody's thoughts. I would like to have a discussion about this. Tatum is pro-black and pro-all-American. You know, I ain't against nobody though, but it's certain instances when Tatum, he wants approval from the crackers. No disrespect to white people, but it seems like he wants a smile. He wants a approval. He wants the white man to pat him on his back like it's a good job. That's just my opinion. I know that's just your opinion too. Get to it, my man. In my opinion, he won the debate, but I'm excited to hear your take. Let me play this first debater. Let's go.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. If you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Think you foolish. That is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's not.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about. You are
Let me
uneducated.
to say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you ever met Donald Trump?
Is systemic racism holding the black community back? Or has it become an excuse to avoid personal responsibility? Now, John was a little too white to handle this topic, so you got me. I'm Paris Rose from Jubilee Media, and this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we're diving into policing in black communities, whether Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats, and the debate over systemic racism. I'm here with our featured guest, former police officer and conservative commentator, Brendan Tatum. I'm so happy to see you today. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I'm happy.
All right, you ready to take everyone on?
Oh, we about to get busy.
Right,
here.
Aaron.
Oh, I love to hear it. Are you guys ready? Yeah! They sound ready. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Officer Tatum, and I'm the host of The Officer Tatum Show, and I'm surrounded by black liberals. My first surrounded claim is Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Naima, nice to meet you.
Naima,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well.
Before I do my rebuttal, I would just like to know why you think that.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons. I think that conservative policies are more beneficial to the black community. It's more beneficial to America, which black people are part of America. And I think that policies like limiting immigration or illegal immigration, getting illegal immigrants out of this country, lowering taxes, all benefit black people as a whole. Religious freedom, you name it, every single policy that I can think about that Republicans have implemented, that they stand for, the values they stand for are all better off for black people than Democrats could ever dream of.
How have you okay. But first of all, religious freedom is not just a Republican policy. I just want
No, the
that's just in
Republicans
the
are far
Constitution.
more believe in the freedom of religion than Democrats could ever dream of.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not
religion
true.
from
But
every single aspect of life. No.
But I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically has been designed to help the black community.
Well, First Step Act has been designed to reverse the effects of over-policing from the past.
He has done that.
The First Step Act, yes, it was.
Okay.
To allow for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing
Right.
and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization,
Yeah.
injecting money into these inner city communities. Permanent funding for HBCUs, which Barack Obama never did. Donald Trump implemented.
Okay.
I mean, I can go down a list.
Yeah, so
and I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that Americans get is also beneficial to black
So
people.
it's funny because I've watched some of your videos, I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these, and there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the black community?
I'm not familiar with some video that he posted.
Well, I mean, you should be,
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
You should be.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
No, now you're obfuscating. You are the one who has the burden.
It says right here.
I'm sorry. I do not want to be interrupted.
It says right here
I do not want to be
that
interrupted.
Trump and Republicans are better than the Democrat
yes, exactly.
policies.
So the burden of proof is on
it's not.
you.
In a
Yes.
trial.
No, this is how a debate works. You've made a claim that you have to substantiate, and you have yet to do that.
I am wrong. So how are you correct in that Democrat policies are better than Republican
Well,
policies?
actually, do you want to know my personal
with it.
belief is that the Democrats are fundamentally kind of apathetic to the needs of Black people, while Republicans are openly antagonizing the Black community.
Give me an example.
So, I mean, so an
What policy
example,
position is negative towards Black people that Republicans implement?
Trump this year intentionally got rid of the disparate impact analysis. So what the disparate impact analysis does is that it analyzes laws that were made neutrally, policies that were intended to be neutral, to make sure that there were not any racial disparities as an effect of that policy, right? Accidentally. So Trump has removed the protection for the disparate impact analysis. So we don't know if the policies that we're enacting are disproportionately hurting the Black community or not.
That doesn't make any sense. Any policy.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
No, what
it's a
you're
bad
saying
idea.
does not make any sense because the policies that are implemented,
Yes.
the majority of the ones that are in Congress are agreed upon by the House and the Senate.
Right.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's Black people represented. There's
Yes.
all kind of
Well,
people
that's the
represented
point.
in creating our laws and
I know, but
policies.
that's the point.
So
But
what are you
not
saying that they're
everything-
not considering
But
whether or
here's-
not it has a desperate effect on the Black
So here's the
community?
thing. When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith. But we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the
Give me an
population.
example of a
Can
policy.
I finish
Give
talking?
me an
please?
example of policy.
But I'm trying to explain
I'm
to
running
you.
out of time.
So the point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure that the laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the Black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it,
Because
according to
he's
you?
racist.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you,
oh
have
my
you,
God.
have
Friend.
you ever met Donald Trump personally?
No.
Have you don't know him?
No. So
Why
you've
would you
met
say
Donald
I've
Trump.
met Donald Trump several times?
So you're basing whether or not he's racist just
you don't
on
have any
your personal-
evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some desperate impact analysis that somehow that has something to do with race and it only affects Black
But
people.
your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me
Give
one
me-
time,
I
therefore
have
he's
no-
not a racist.
I have no evidence to
Of
believe
course
that
he's
Trump
nice
is a
to you,
racist.
because you are
Where's the
excusing
evidence that
his
Trump is a racist?
racism. Okay, I'll
Where's
give
it?
you more evidence.
Give me
In
evidence.
1973, his company was sued for violating the Fair Housing Act by openly discriminating
What was
against
the
Black
findings?
renters.
What was the findings of that?
He was actually forced to settle.
It was not forced to settle.
Yes,
made
he
a
was forced to
decision
settle. No, he had
There
to
was
settle.
no finding of fault.
Why
was it?
would someone settle
Was
if
it
they
finding
were
of
not
fault?
guilty?
You can make up.
Why
what
would
you
someone
want.
settle
You
if
can
he
say,
wasn't
why
doing
would,
it?
Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
also forced to.
No. Was
Yes.
there a determination in court that he was at fault?
He settled, so they didn't have a determination in court. He got out of it by settling, which is what you do when you are guilty,
That's
but
not
you
true.
don't want to go to
That's
court.
not the
yes,
way our
that
sy-
is
that's
exactly
not the way
what
the
the point
system
of
works.
settling is. Yes,
No,
you
it's
settle
not.
out. Yes.
He had a dissent decree, which they agreed that he would implement certain things in his organization. There was no fault granted. They did not prove
What were the
any,
things that
any
he had to
discrimination.
implement in his company?
Recruiting. It was a form of it was that
I
he
think
had
you're
to have,
thinking about a different lawsuit against the Trump administration.
He had to make sure that they have job applications available to minorities.
No, this wasn't about jobs. This was about the Trump Corporation, the real estate. Yes, they
I
violated the
don't-
Fair Housing Act
well,
because
maybe we talking about something
I think,
different
well, there were
because
2 times he was sued for racism.
I only
is the
know of
issue.
one time
Yeah,
he
well,
had a
you should
dis-
learn
he-
about the other one because
I
it
don't
was
think
bad too. Yes.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think you
the
know what you're
dissent
talking
decree, which was established, there was no findings of Donald Trump being a racist, and his organization has been without fault.
No, that was.
You cannot find a court
That is not
document
true.
that says that Donald Trump officially discriminated against anybody.
He literally marked.
What's your next one?
He literally marked Black applicants.
What's your next one? What's your next
Okay, are you-
example of Trump being a racist?
When he reposted the Obamas as monkeys.
Now, he did not, he already,
True. I would like to be held accountable.
He's-
If somebody,
he said he didn't believe
If I
it.
hired someone to post on my behalf and they posted racist statements,
And you said- and
that
you-
would
I'm
be
gonna
on
have
me.
to
and you
pause
took it
here.
down,
No.
I
and
have
you
to
told
pause
them,
here.
I'm sorry.
and you said to the world, you don't believe that to be
Officer
true.
Tatum,
No.
we have to pause here. All right, you have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much for your
Thank you,
time.
Dan.
Oh, I couldn't wait to give my take on this, but if after I give my take, I would appreciate it if the people who is watching the show call into the show. I would really like to know y'all thoughts about that initiative. Can say about Officer Tatum that is actually very interesting is that Officer Tatum defends conservatism, Republicans, Donald Trump in all instances. That lets me know that he's not a person of objectivity. He's not the type of person that is for right and wrong, and it is what it is no matter who it is. Earlier this year around Black History Month saying that it didn't align with the correct history of African Americans. Even though I don't identify as African American, I feel like that history is pivotal in that museum. Also, let the museum do what they feel is if right. Why do you have to police it to change the perception of what?
If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how you?
Hi. So I'd like to talk about Trump and the Republicans, not specifically on Trump, but focusing upon the history of the Republican Party because he's just the latest iteration of that, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
So the Republican Party has a proven track record of giving platforms to sellouts who promote a message that harms black people.
Who
And
is
I'll
that?
give you
Who
an
is the
example.
sellout that you give me an example?
Well, there are actually quite a few, but I'll start with the
Well, hold on,
earliest
let's start with this
example.
premise. The first black legislators,
Right.
or the first black people in Congress, House
Right.
of Representatives, were all Republicans.
Right. So let me explain that to you.
Is
So
that a fact pattern?
right. Yes. So basically what happened is the last of the radical Republicans, which was a segment of the Republican Party that passed the 14th Amendment, all of the amendments that gave black people the right to vote and ensured that slaves would not be disenfranchised. He died in August 11.
No. Black people, I mean,
Right.
Republicans
Let me explain.
unanimously voted.
He died in
Re-
1868 when the
Republicans-
14th Amendment was passed.
The
And then guess
Republicans
what?
as a whole
Right.
voted unanimously.
No.
The Democrats did not.
Right, but guess what? After the radical Republican faction left Congress,
Radical Republican, that's the
they are
you
they were
make that up.
they were a historic. No, that's a title. They were a
Who
historic.
was the radical Republican
they
faction?
They were a segment of the Republican Party
Who?
that
Name one.
Thaddeus Stevens. He's an example. They are the ones who created the Freedmen's Bureau, which was designed to assimilate ex-slaves into the national citizenry. After they left, the Republican Party constructed an oligarchy, which we called the Gilded Age, and in which we saw the fate of black people decline. Black home ownership decline. Black voting decline.
I hope they fact check you on
all
this.
of that.
The Republicans unanimously voted.
No, not after that.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the 13th, 14th, and 15th
Yes,
Amendment.
under the leadership of the radical Republicans, and they were
Republicans
progressives.
unanimously voted for the Civil Rights
Yes,
Act.
and then after the radical Republicans left, they stopped doing that.
When did the radical Republicans leave? You saying the radical
1868, the last person died.
That's
Yes.
not true.
It is 100% true.
Because
Now,
the
but wait,
Republicans unanimously
let me
voted
get back to what
for
I
the
was
Civil
saying.
Rights
Let
Act.
me get back to what I was saying.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
You're bulldozing and you're steamrolling because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Let's quantify that point.
Listen, brother.
The Republicans
listen to
unanimously
what I
vote
have
for
to
the
say.
Civil Rights Act.
Listen to what I have to
Why
say
won't you
that
answer
you
that
can
question?
respond to it, okay?
Why won't you answer that question?
Booker T. Washington was fated by the white racist establishment. He had tea at Windsor Castle by Queen Victoria. He met Susan B. Anthony. Jim
For black
Crow,
success in
the
America.
institutionalization of Jim Crow was a direct result of his false message.
What was his false message?
His message
Personal
was that
responsibility?
black people were not fit to participate in the political process.
not true.
Because slavery had set them backwards.
Where do
and
you
so
see
all of
that
the
Booker
black
Let me read the fact check statement. Make sure we taking our time because that oligarch system that the Republicans created then, I see it happening now. But let me read the fact check. We ain't gonna skip past nothing. The statement that Booker T. Washington called black people unfit to participate in political process because slavery had set them backwards is not an authentic sentiment or quotation from his 1901 autobiography, Up From Slavery. Washington did not claim that black Americans were racially incapable of political participation. Indeed, he supported voting and opposed racially and equally suffrage restrictions. Interesting.
T. Washington mentioned that.
It's in his book.
You said he mentioned that black people were not fit to
Yes,
participate
that
in
is
the
the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's
Did
not.
you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
I know other.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am a history teacher.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I teach in the public school
Let me
system.
finish what I'm
You
saying.
are uneducated.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You cannot
you
teach
don't know
in the
what
public
you're
school
talking
system
about.
if you're telling me that Republicans did not unanimously vote for the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act.
given
You cannot
a
tell me you're a
platform
teacher
as a
if you are
token,
not, and you do not understand.
You are
Wait,
lying
guys,
about
do
the
not
historical
talk over each
record.
other. We can't
Republicans-
hear anything either you were saying.
He's not allowing me to make a single point.
Because I'm making points.
No, because you're afraid
Of what?
of the truth.
I just explained to you.
When
I
you
just
earn,
explained to you.
when
Why
you
can't
earn a
you answer-
living off of lies, you are afraid of the
Give
truth.
me a lie that I've told.
The idea that Republican policies benefited black people, and that
I
is
just
not
gave
true.
you Republican policies.
No, let me
Give me
give you an example.
Give me examples that they've hurt black people.
I'll give you an example. During the Hoover administration, 43% of the black people who were employed in domestic work. And the reason for that is because they were shut out of truly gainful employment. And the segment who was hurt the most were black men. Black women could get jobs as maids and things of that sort. But black men, any job that gave them the opportunity for social dignity, value, and worth, they were systematically denied. And a lot of it had to do with Booker T. Washington's message. Now, guess what?
Booker T. Washington's message
has been harmful.
That I have.
You have not read the book.
I've read portions of his message.
No, read the whole book.
I will read the whole book. But you cannot sit here and tell me that Booker T. Washington's message was disenfranchising to black people.
And guess what?
That's not true.
Guess what he acknowledges in his book?
So the Tuskegee Institute was detrimental to black people.
Guess what he said?
No. Was the Tuskegee
Yes, it was.
Institute
And let me tell you
detrimental to black
why.
people?
He acknowledged that
That is
the
insane.
people in Tuskegee, Alabama, the white community there, only allowed him to create that institute because he assured them he would not be teaching them anything that would lift them out of domestic status, anything that pertained to higher education, any knowledge of their history, or just the humanities, anything that white people took for granted in normal universities. It was designed to keep black people oppressed. That was the point.
Up from slavery. Booker T. Washington had a message of black success and personal accountability and responsibility.
And it's
he
a
did
lie.
not
And it's a
depend
lie.
on the government to do the things that black people could already do.
Yes, he did deny on the government.
He did not.
Yes, he
He did
did.
not make his mission and his plan to
Yes,
say
he
that
did.
black people should depend on the government.
This is the lie
That is a
for
lie.
everybody who is listening to me. The lie is that black people should focus solely upon family and their economic status and ignore agitations
It's
for
not
social
ignoring, it's
social equality.
prioritizing.
No,
It's
and he actually
prioritizing the
says,
family,
he actually says in that
personal
book
responsibility.
that agitations for social equality are the extremist folly because black people are not prepared to be social equals to white people. He actually says that
That's
has
not-
been the
that's not a
program of the
pejorative.
Republican Party ever since
First
then.
of all,
I gotta stop it for a minute because I don't want to forget my thought process right here. You know, being dependent on the government is something that I haven't never experienced, but I really don't think that it's a bad thing. You know, in Maryland area, Virginia, D.C., where like the Black Mecca, Chocolate City, where a lot of black people are thriving. They're thriving majority because of those government jobs. And, you know, they would tell us that we shouldn't be so dependent upon the government and let other ethnicities get those opportunities that we should be having, that we should be obtaining. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I feel like it's not a bad thing. A lot of people look at it as a bad thing, but, you know, I could be wrong in this aspect. To be dependent, not just dependent, but we could take advantage of those opportunities and then create our own after we benefit and take those opportunities because they can easily remove it from up under our feet like how they have been doing years and years and historically time and time again. Now, I want to talk about, you know, the piece where he was talking about social dignity, the guy that's debating Tatum. Like women had those lower tier jobs in those early 1900s, and the men was doing jobs to where, you know, you don't want to work and obtain finances when you feel like your dignity lowered. Like it's certain jobs today that men do that they don't want to do that make them feel minimized. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel good about themselves doing that type of work. It's not something that make you keep your shoulders up. You can walk with your head high. You feel demoralized. To me, another thing, you know, what I'm starting to notice is that like certain opportunities to get rich is not as easily as accessible as it once was. like the real estate market, like getting your license and being able to invest in real estate with the prices the way they are now. You know, I don't want to sound like a person that's having excuses or whatever though, but it's just a different climate right now, to be honest with you. Let me read a couple of comments and I'm gonna get back to it. Okay, so Tiffany said, Aaron, I bet he can code switch real quick. Tiffany said, timestamp. Yep, timestamp, Tiffany. Tiffany said, Trevor, the government essentially controls everything. You have to milk it the same way Elon does. Talk. Hold on. Tiffany got me so hype, I cut my mic off. I got so hype, I hit the dang on wire and cut the mic off. As a fact, the biggest welfare recipient is the richest man on the planet, Elon Musk, but they tell us not to. Take advantage of it and create your own. That's all I can say right there. Real talk. Let me get back into it and see what they talking about on the closeout.
That's a lie.
And now, guess what else
That's
happened?
a lie.
So, after
Why did the Democrats have, until Cory Booker recently, had the longest filibuster against the Civil Rights Act?
right, I'll tell you
The
why.
longest in history,
So basically, what
besides the
happened
recent one.
is prior to that act, there were a number of Dixiecrats who were the inheritors.
Racist Democrats.
I'll tell you, the inheritors of slavery, chattel slavery, and then the Jim Crow era that
Racist
took its
Democrats.
place. Guess what? After those acts, the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were passed.
Unanimously
guess
by
what?
Republicans.
There was a 20 to 30% shift away from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. And then, surprisingly, Nixon begins his war on drugs, which is a part of his law and order program. And guess what happens? Black people become 6 to 7 times higher to be arrested for drug abuse versus white people. They are mass incarcerating us, and it is directly tied to Republican policy.
No, it's
Okay, we
not.
have to
Let me-
pause here. We have to pause here. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna let them cook and let this brother cook, but at the end, then that brother was right. Those policies was created by the Republican Party, but we can't forget about the crime bill with Clinton, Joe Biden and all of them. To be honest with you, neither of these parties are looking out for the interests of black people. It's just, that's what I'm seeing. Tatum may sound cool to some. These debaters that is liberal may sound cool to others. I view myself as a conservative individual, but I ain't stupid and I ain't picking no sides unless it's in the best interest of my people in totality.
Watch out now. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So your claim is that Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
Yes.
Okay. I think that claim is patently false, and let me explain why. Take the institution of voting, the most sacred thing that the Constitution protects, something that we need for elected officials to represent us.
Okay.
Repeatedly, Republicans have used the judiciary to discriminate against black people in voting.
How?
We have cases like Louisiana versus Calais. The recent case that in 2026 has caused all the redistricting crisis that you see right now. And when you see the effects of that for the black community, the Congressional Black Caucus is set to lose 16 to 19%, or it's not 16 to 19 members, 30% of its representation. Regardless of anything that you are saying communities should be doing, you have to still elect people to represent you to make those policy decisions.
Yeah, but
and let me finish. I'm going to finish.
I'll let you finish.
If you are erasing the ability for people to have that representation and you're making it even harder to vote, like decisions like Shelby v. Holder, which it makes it harder to eliminate discriminatory laws, or you have cases like Brnovich v. DNC, which are striking the ability to challenge laws that we think are discriminatory for mail-in voting. It's not good and it's not reasonable to say that Republicans are representing black people's interests.
Let me put this in simplistic terms. Voting is a sacred right.
Yes.
Right? And black people were afforded voting rights, which we all should fight for. Having voter ID is protecting that sacred right that black people will make sure that black people can actually vote without being eliminated in their voting power by illegal aliens.
This goes beyond.
Let me go point by point.
Wait.
Want to allow
this goes way beyond
illegal
voter
aliens
This goes way
to vote
beyond
in the elections.
This goes way beyond
And they
voter
don't want
ID. You simply don't want. They simply don't want people who are black to be elected.
How is that possible?
Because majority and minority districts were created by the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That specific piece of legislation, which Republicans have repeatedly targeted through decades, has said, hey, there was history done here that harmed people, and as a way to make up for it, slowly over time, we need to designate specific areas, black populous areas, to have accurate representation
And what
of
did the
folks.
Supreme Court rule?
The Supreme Court ruled that, hey, actually, no, you guys don't need this representation.
Because you cannot
this
do
is
it
unconstitutional.
based on race.
Certainly you can.
You cannot redistrict and you cannot do that based on race.
You cannot deny black people from having the right to vote and represent themselves.
Okay, let me explain.
Because you have white people in Louisiana versus Calais. That's what the case is.
Pause here. Let
out.
Officer Tatum speak.
Okay, this is the problem here. You are assuming that black people can only vote for Democrats.
I didn't assume
yes,
that.
you are, because the redistricting.
I didn't. Where did I say that?
Because
when did I say
I'm
that?
saying you're insinuating that.
I'm not insinuating that
Because you
either.
cannot draw lines of demarcation based on race. That is against the United States Constitution. They ruled that, which is why they had to redraw lines. Black people have a right to vote for anybody that they want that acts in the best interest of the black community or the community at large. It doesn't have to always be Democrats.
There's a reason why black people vote for Democrats, and there's a reason why there's only 5.
Listen, I'm gonna let it cook because they was cooking, but I gotta stop it because he said it's against the law for Americans to discriminate based upon race. I remember learning that when I went to real estate school, got my license and passed the test. I remember being discriminated on to purchase certain properties. It's allowed for some, but some can break that law and it be no consequences based upon it because the law was created for them. Tiffany, I like your comment too. I'm gonna come back to that because that's important about the lawyer's piece. But let them keep cooking.
Elected only 5 elected Republicans in Congress that are black.
Which is the problem in the black community today. The consistency of voting for these Democrats who ain't done nothing for black people and still haven't. We're to this day, many people that are sitting around here are still complaining about the plight against the black people, which y'all still vote for Democrats. And Democrats have been elected in office for the majority of the time in the last decade.
Republicans have done
what have they done? Nothing for black people.
Republicans have done way more damaging things, even just as of
Give me an example.
Just recently with Doge, we had the highest exodus of black women in the federal workforce. I'm not sure if you're not aware of that information, but wait, I'm not sure if you're aware of that information.
But black is cutting spending
for social services, increasing poverty, increasing crime, increasing death, and harming people over and over again. You are doing nothing to help the black community and trying to perpetuate a policy platform that insists that black people need to be put down is not going to put people forward.
That is a lie.
Absolutely
You are
not.
saying that we're going to cut government spending, but we should leave all the black people there because they're black.
No, we should
increase
government spending by taxing the rich, funding our communities, and putting in jail instead of putting people in power.
Taxing the rich is a foolish statement by you. What do you mean by taxing the rich?
We in California have already seen.
That's why people are leaving California.
Oh, wait.
That's why business owners are leaving here. Companies are leaving. They're fleeing.
In California, even in the basic past, when we taxed the rich, we were able to fund the University of California systems. And what did Ronald Reagan do? Ronald Reagan said, let's slash that because black people need to suffer, communities need to go down. And what do we know? Now we have budget. Now we have budget deficits affecting our systems. We have laws from the 1970s still on the books.
Let's talk about taxing the rich.
Oh, wait.
That is a lie.
We can talk about taxes too. Let's go.
Are still selling black folks to this day. Taxing the rich they're not going to change the tax code. So taxing the rich is a myth. Would you benefit more financially if you left California?
Depends on how I use my money because I'm a smart person.
It doesn't matter about being smart because the taxes are out of control.
I think money and how you manage it as your person. When we talk about personal responsibility,
if you manage money well, you're still going to be less
You have to pause
successful
it here.
here
You've been
financially.
voted out by the majority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Pleasure talking with you.
Okay.
Hey, it was a lot of talking points in that, and I want to address Tiffany's comment before I get to my thoughts because, you know, he said some things that made me question Officer Tatum as if I didn't already know he was like that. But Tiffany says these debates prove that more black lawyers and representation is needed. That is super true. I feel like, you know, I hate to say this too, is that you know, we prioritize entertainment more than education, the majority of us. And I feel like, you know, I can't name a modern day black economist, economist. I can't name one. Somebody please educate me on who is the modern day black economist. Please somebody educate. Who is the modern day person that understand this capitalist financial American system in the black community? Real talk. Because I'm tired of seeing Ben Crump representing everybody black and Al Sharpton come up. I would like to see some a fresh new face who is looking out for the best interests of the people. That's just me, real talk. And I want to know who is the modern day economist also. But you know, Officer Tatum said, "But y'all still voting for the Democrats." So he is letting me know that he doesn't identify as a black man. He doesn't identify with the black community. But y'all still voting Democrat. I don't vote Democrat. I don't view myself as Democrats. They really piss me off as of recently. They have been, you know, how I know they ain't prioritizing black. They had Obama for 8 years, Trump for 4. They had Biden for 4. You know, now Trump is in his second year. So out of the last 20 years, they was in the power for 12 of those 20 years. And nothing specific, that's the word that I want to use, specific was done for black people. So let me read some more of Tiffany's comments. She said, like me, Tatum is a wealthy white man in his mind. Sounds good, but it's not reality. That's facts. Not to say that they don't exist. The algorithm has an agenda. That's Man, don't get me started with that algorithm conversation, Tiffany. You know, the guy who was talking about, you know, another thing that was mentioned during that debate was the redistricting piece. Because, you know, me being from Tennessee, I remember at one point in time, Memphis vote mattered. You know, with that redistricting, they just annihilated Tennessee, the Republican Party. But I understand what they're doing. They position themselves to win. You know, when the Democrats had the power, why didn't they do anything possible to position themselves to win? It's only smart. Even though it may hinder us, you know, if the Democrats was for us, they would have positioned themselves to win. Neither of these individuals is for us. They are for themselves, the people that's within their organization and in their administration. Let me let them cook.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I wanted to ask, just in terms of him refusing to sign not only the Affordable Housing Act, but also refusing to sign the bipartisan 2024 bill when it comes to putting more money on our borders, right? Because you talked about immigration. Why would he refuse these acts if, in reality, if we put more money there, we would have more officers and less fear, and we would be able to actually have legal immigration streamlined more cleanly? Because the question is not, I'm guessing you're not against immigration, you're against illegal immigration. Or, tell me
For the most part, I'm against illegal immigration, but I also believe we need to measure how much immigration we're actually allowing in this country when people in America have needs that we need to address here.
How do you measure that?
We allow 1 million immigrants legally in the United States of America every single year. And we all in here care about the issues that go on in the black community. Yes. I would argue that black people need the financial support that we're giving these immigrants that are coming over here. I think it's not right.
Illegal immigrants actually don't get federal support.
They do get federal support.
Illegal immigrants, fact check that. Illegal immigrants do not have federal support. But actually, wow.
Let me stop them and read it because they fact check. Do illegal immigrants receive, federal, benefits? Undocumented immigrants are generally ineligible for major federal benefit programs such as SNAP, TANF, regular Medicaid, most federal housing assistance, and Social Security benefits. Although eligible members of mixed status families may receive assistance, federal law, nevertheless, permits limited services involving emergency Medicaid, short-term disaster relief, immunizations, and communicable disease treatment.
I will say is that immigrants overall pay taxes. Illegal immigrants do not get federal support.
Access to
illegal
social programs.
Immigrants.
They get access
illegal
to
Medicare.
They get access to all immigrants, but illegal immigrants do as well.
Oh, I'm talking about specifically the border bill. Why did he reject that?
Because bills are not isolated. It's got a bunch of minutia, a bunch of spending that he doesn't agree with, and the Republicans don't agree with.
What did he not agree with?
All of those bills have access
actually, a lot
spending.
of Republicans. It was a bipartisan bill.
Well, then why? You tell me why he didn't sign it.
No, I'm asking you.
No, you tell me why he didn't sign it. Then
I'm asking you.
You're saying that he's doing it because he's racist.
I'm not saying. I didn't say that. Why are you putting one? I genuinely am trying to ask you why didn't he?
The bill is not just singularly about border patrol.
But
it's
okay,
not.
we're talking about healthcare.
We do have to pause
by 2034, 10 million Americans are going to lose their healthcare.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Thank you both so much.
So that's
love the passion, though.
Time moves fast, but your credit.
We're going to skip past that commercial. Hey, Tiffany, that's a great point also. And I can't wait to see this brother who is coming up next. I'm going to let this play while I talk so we can get past the commercial. But that was a great point, Tiffany, about the sanctuary cities, because when I think about Chicago, Los Angeles, New York City, I remember them giving illegal people housing and getting flights and food and SNAP benefits and all type of stuff. She may have been wrong in that aspect, but in the sanctuary cities, Tatum was right. They was receiving a ton of benefits under the Biden administration. He was right in that aspect, and I agree with him. That money that is being used to help people that's not even from here is flabbergasting to me, because if me and you went over to another country with our passport or whatever, and we stayed longer than we should, they would either lock us up, demand some sort of payment or something. It's just not fair at the end of the day. And I don't know why they don't want to prioritize their own, because golly, after a couple of 100 years, y'all don't view us as Americans yet. It got to be some foolishness involved. Let me see what Officer Tatum is talking about on claim number 2. Police officers do more good in the black community than harm. Oh my goodness. Let's go.
Police officers do more good in the black community than harm.
All right, if you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
I want to hear why you think that police do more good in the black communities than harm.
Well, when you look at the functionality of law enforcement, meaning that the people who perpetuate crime in the black community are arrested by law enforcement officers, removing them from the community, removing the predators, the drug dealers, and all of that from the community, which is a good thing. And I cannot name other things that are harmful that outweigh all of the good that the police officers do.
How did the police first come about?
You be more
Slave
detailed
patrol.
than that.
That's
That's not true.
Yeah, it's
the police.
literally
That's two different functionalities. They can fact check it.
It's
There's
the
two different
origins.
functionalities.
The origins.
You're talking about slave patrols and modern day policing is completely different.
The origins of.
And nigga defend everything Republican government, and he do not acknowledge the truth when the truth is being told. Officer Tatum is I don't even know what to call him. Give me something, y'all, in the comment section. He is a obedient orator for the Republicans, for, you know what I'm saying, the white supremacist system, the police force, everything government that is controlling the masses of people, he is defending it. This brother said, put the fact check up. What was the root? What was the root of the creation of the police? They put the fact check up. Slave patrols were a foundational precursor to policing in the South, where they enforced slavery by capturing escaped enslaved people, suppressing resistance, and policing black life in the North. Modern policing grew more from night watching systems and port and city patrols. Northern policing was not racially neutral. However, as officers also enforced fugitive slave laws and other discriminatory controls over black people. This is Jubilee checking his nigga. Let's go.
Policing within the United States of America derived from the slave patrol. They still use the same badges.
That's not true.
The same, the stars on the.
That's not true.
Fine. That's
the
fine.
Functionality of slave patrols and the jurisdiction that slave patrols had versus the functionality and jurisdiction of law enforcement is completely different.
The entire premise of slave patrol. That's fine. That's fine. Listen, okay, cool. So you don't think there's an issue with policing in the black community?
No.
You don't think there's an issue with stop and frisk?
No.
You don't think that there's an issue with like flock cameras and geo-tracking?
No.
Got it. Okay,
I think
cool.
that helps eliminate crime.
Sure. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
No, I have not.
Okay. The Veil of Darkness study was a study that was completed where 95 million traffic stops were actually checked across the United States of America. Vast pool, right? The methodology accounted for the time of day, for traffic, location, different shifts. Would you like to know what they found in that study when it came to policing and black people?
That black people commit more traffic violations than other people.
No.
That is true.
Black people were stopped for more traffic violence. Hold on, I got you.
Because they commit more traffic
violations. You don't know the study. How are you going to answer?
I know what other studies and statistical data points show.
Okay, then give me another study that actually. Oh, sure.
You think they just pulling black people over just because they see a black person driving down the street?
Literally,
That's
the
not
Veil
true.
of Darkness
You
study.
have no evidence.
The Veil of Darkness study that was done by Stanford and backed up by the CDC actually showed that what happens is during the day, police officers use racial bias because they can see people and they pull people. I'm going to finish my sentence.
Made a traffic stop in your life.
I'm literally going to
let you finish.
They pull black people over during the day at a disproportionate rate than white people, but at nighttime, when you can't see and it's harder to tell someone's actual race, then the average drops and it equals out.
Okay,
they actually found that in the study, 95 million traffic violations, that when you can't see someone's race, you focus on the traffic violations versus the day you focus on the people.
Let me tell you why your study is flawed. For one reason, I was a police officer many years. I do traffic stops during the day, and you cannot always tell the race of a person during the day, no matter what. Secondary,
I agree.
They're secondary. When you are patrolling, majority of the black people that you engage with live in what? Black communities.
Over policing.
So you're going to make an excuse. We can get to that.
I'm not making an excuse.
You're making an
I'm just
excuse.
telling you.
When you're in the black community, you only have options to pull over black people.
Give me any type of empirics that disagrees with the Veil of Darkness study.
Let me finish. I believe that there's clearly a flaw in what you're saying this study represents.
Sure.
Because
how can
in
you
the black community,
if you haven't looked at it?
In the black community, I have plenty of other.
You got trust me, bros.
I did it for a living.
Yeah, that's a cool
and
story,
you did not.
bro.
So,
I've looked at the information.
I'm telling you why the study. I'm telling you why the study is wrong.
Do you think your one-off experience is indicative of all policing around the country?
I'm telling you why your study is off. When you're looking at patrolling in black neighborhoods, you cannot. How are you going to make a fair comparison to how many white people pulled over versus black people when there's only black people present in the black neighborhood? The Veil of Darkness cannot get in the minds of a police officer and determine whether or not the police officer pulled a person over because of their color or the violation.
It literally shows. If you look at the data set,
get in the mind and prove that a cop was looking at a black man in a racially targeting
the Veil of Darkness study, it shows not only the reason why they were pulled over, but it shows the ones that were thrown out.
How do you know the reason why they pulled over?
Disproportionately pulled over.
Disproportionality does not speak to whether or not it's malicious.
There was a disproportion of black violations that were thrown out.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Disproportionality
Why
does
is
not.
it so many black people pulled over and then so many of the violations were thrown out?
You got to look at it like this. If you're looking at traffic stops across the country, different jurisdictions have different mandates and they have different standards for what they throw out as traffic violations. So you cannot make a generalization across the entire country.
Yes, you can. You know what's consistent across the entire country? White supremacy.
That's
White supremacy
how
is
is white supremacy
consistent
have anything to do
across
with a traffic stop?
It's literally racism. They're literally trained.
You're projecting
to
your
actually
bias.
go through.
Tell
What
me how
bias?
they train. Have you been through police training?
No, I have not.
I went through police training.
Sure, cool story.
And they do not teach discrimination
why is it that
in police
why
training.
is it that police officers spend more time in black neighborhoods
They're committing more
disproportionately?
crimes.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Who commits the most violent crimes in America today?
Per capita, black
Not
people
per
do.
capita, period.
Black people do.
No, white people.
No, it's-
white
it's
men,
not- that's a
specifically.
lie.
FBI
Fact check
data.
it.
Fact check it. FBI data shows
over
that white
50%
men specifically commit the most violent crime in the United States of America. If you're talking about property crimes, yes.
Hold up, we gotta go back because we gotta read the fact check. We can't just let that slide like that. 3231, so I'm gonna go back. 3224. The newest complete FBI race by offense arrest data are for 2024. Among violent crime arrests in the FBI's race tabulation, white individuals accounted for 52.7%, while black individuals accounted for 43.2%. Black Americans represented about 13.7% of the U.S. population that year, so their share of reported violent crimes arrests was roughly 3.2 times their population share. Now, I want to say something about this too, because you know how I feel if you are a follower of this channel. If you're new to this channel, I'm going to give you my ideology about black and white. You know, when you string up a whole bunch of different ethnicities into this terminology and this social construct not we, because I don't want to include myself in it, but that was created, that is white and black. You know, American blacks. Let's talk about that for a minute. American blacks, if you took out Haitians, Jamaicans, Africans out of this crime statistic, it would be much less significant than it is. You know what I'm saying? For the whites and the blacks, even though the brother was right, and Officer Tatum is consistently defending this structure, the police, Caucasian males, and the president. He is defending that. And a lot of people will pick his side because it's more of them. So he looks like he's smart or whatever, and people are appreciative of that. But he is obviously wrong according to this fact check. White individuals account for more violent crimes than blacks.
Shows that white men specifically commit the most violent crime in the United States of America. If you're talking about property crimes, yes, it's black people.
I'm talking about violent crimes.
Violent crimes, it's white men, including CSAM. White men, if you could talk per capita with CSAM, you can talk numbers. White men disproportionately represent CSAM and violent crime.
Murder rate and violent crimes disproportionately represent
you believe in 1350?
All right, we're going to have to pause here, so I'm glad you guys took a pause. You have been voted out. Thank you so much.
Give me 10 minutes.
She's making up stats.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Everything I heard, everything I've listened to thus far, I think you're full of shit. You're a police officer.
No, give me an example of what I said that wasn't true.
Let me get to it.
Give me something I said that wasn't true.
I don't think anybody here would disagree that.
Before they get to cooking, I want to educate you for a moment, though, Aaron. You know, salute to everybody that's checking out the channel, but I want to read this comment and I want to educate Aaron on something. Some black people are saying that black Americans are actually the original Native American Indians. Have you heard of this, Trevor? Aaron, most definitely. You know, on my mother's side of my family, I have Cherokee Indian in me. On my father's side, you know, I have Blackfoot Indian in me. I'm a 46-year-old man that can't grow a beard. See what I'm saying? My indigenous American roots is thick. You know, identifying with African American is something that was created by Jesse Jackson to see if he could implement us in deeper into the American system and the structure. It is true. Did you do a DNA test yet? Most definitely. Yeah, I did a DNA test. And I'm not even majority African, like how a lot of people who speak like this, I'm majority Blackfoot Indian. So it's a true and it's a real thing that Black Americans, even in Mexico, Aaron, even in Mexico, it's indigenous Black people in Mexico also. It was called something else. But I want them to get to cooking. We can have this conversation later. I think that the show is going to turn up here in a minute, and we're going to have some callers. People call in with their thoughts and stuff like that. I would appreciate it if y'all did that, though. But foundational Black Americans are a real thing. So just get yourself educated up on that, though.
Good policing is bad. We're talking about bad policing. We're talking about bullshit policing. We're talking about the kind of policing that puts gentlemen like you and me in prison for unjust crimes. You like to cite that you're a police officer. Let me cite my professional background. Let me cite my professional background.
I have been in that profession.
10 years writing policy in government.
You weren't
at
a
the
police
local
officer.
And
But you weren't a
state of
police
California
officer.
levels. And
You never arrested
weren't-
anybody.
You didn't write policy. I did.
I enforced the law.
So, okay, I write the law.
But you don't enforce the law.
You don't enforce the law.
I
You don't
enforce the
enforce
law.
the law appropriately.
You just made it
You
up.
like to use one-offs. Let me use a one-off.
You don't need to use one off. You just make
in
it
the
up.
city of San Diego, there was a Black police officer that sued the San Diego Police Department
Anecdotal.
with regard to, I mean, bro, all day you've been coming up with me. Now
I got
it's
statistical data
anecdotal.
points. Where do you want to go?
Like, I need you to keep that same
Black
energy,
people
bro.
commit
I need you to
over
keep the
half of
same
all violent
energy.
crimes.
And that's the problem with Black conservatives like yourself. You don't know how to keep
You're
the same
just
energy.
talking emotionally.
It was
Give me some facts.
me. Well, I'm trying to give you facts.
come on with it.
You supposed to be a police officer. Hold your head, bro. Hold your head. You interrupted everybody, bro. I got
You're
what,
here to
2-3
debate me.
minutes.
I'm not here to listen to you talk in circles.
But you talking like you was a state trooper, you was a Secret
But I know
Service.
cops.
and
I
them.
know cops all across the country.
But I did too.
I know
I did
policy.
too.
I know.
I
all
do
that.
too.
All right, get to your point.
You don't know policy because you never written one.
We're talking about policing in the Black community. We're not talking about
I want to
policy
hold
writing.
you to account because police officers like you don't like accountability. So I want to hold you to account. I'm trying to get my story out, and if I can finish my story.
This is
There's
not
a-
story time, man. The point is, police do more good.
The point was
Police do more
The point
good
was with
in the
regard
Black
to
community.
training. The San Diego Police Department showed a video training officers of that department depicting Black people as primary perpetrators of crime. That's not true. My last guy that was just up here, who commits the most crimes in America?
Black
It's
people
white
do.
people. Name me the last Black mass murderer in America.
I mean,
That
it
shot
happened-
up schools,
It happened in
malls.
the hood every day.
No, I didn't ask about the hood. Mass
That's
murdering.
mass shooting, bro. Go to Chicago on the 4th
What's the
of July.
definition of a mass
It's a
shooter?
mass shooting.
What's the definition
Two or
of a
more
mass
people
shooter?
shot. It's a mass shooting, according to the FBI. I could tell you to go to any inner city in the United States of America and go just this past weekend, and you've seen multiple mass shootings that occurred in that community. I don't know them by name.
I can
but
cite you Columbine. I can cite you
you're
Sandy
talking about
Hook.
you're talking about a shooting
You're-
isolated at a school. We're talking about violence. We're talking about murder rates. Black people commit over half of all murders in this country. Is that true or not?
That's not true.
That is
That's
true. What are you
categorically-
saying?
that's-
All right, we do have
that's
to pause
categorically
here.
false.
Black people commit disproportionate amounts and over half of all violent crimes in this country.
Okay, Officer Tatum, both of you guys, we have to stop here because you have been voted out. Thank you so much for your time.
You know, that guy wasn't a good debater. You got to be aggressive with individuals like Officer Tatum. And he was a little bit too laxed. I like what this brother is saying right here, Frank Needy. Chicago crimes is done by the cartels. Chicago crime, if you do a fact check right now, majority of Black people do not commit the crimes in Chicago. Chicago is a 8 million plus population city. They promote and prioritize the crime that Black people do because it gets views and it triggers the algorithm and they can monetize that shit. At the end of the day, this guy is a defender of everything that's detrimental to Black people. And it's weird to see a Black man in this space doing this. Even when I look at him interviewing those boys in Mississippi that was on that boat with Nolan Wells. It's just he's a defender of Trump. He's a defender of everything that the Caucasians do. It's just weird to me when I look at this guy. Let's get on into the next conversation. So, damn, Tatum really is cooking this guy. You know, Aaron, I ain't trying to be against you because I ain't that type of individual, but I don't even think it was a debate because the brother never even got to he just said what he did. He couldn't even, you know, get anything of significance out, to be honest with you. What's the point of debating him? It ain't no point. I wouldn't do it because it's a lose-lose situation because we already know what side he's on. He's on the side of the interest of himself. I'm going to tell you how you know what side he is on. So Charlie Kirk, right, was Officer Tatum's homeboy. I wish I could pull the video up of him crying. The nigga was crying when he died. Now, a couple of months after that, he interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu, the person who was leading Israel, the person who Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean, wasn't obedient to. So he is a self-interest guy. That's just what I see. Let me read this brother's comment. Two rival cartels, government put them there. Notice, government never mentions that the Mexican cartels. They don't prioritize them in the conversation because it's not a monetizable thing. Talking about us is monetizable. Why Tatum keep interrupting him? Yeah, he never let him talk. That's his defense mechanism, talking over people, though, my brother. And I ain't even against Tatum. I just, you know, I'm not a hater at the end of the day, but I can see through the foolishness, though. He talked over the brother so the brother couldn't get his questions out. And it makes it, when you see somebody overpowering another person, it makes the public or the people that's watching feel like that person won because he overpowered them. But at the end of the day, during that debate, nothing got said. Nothing got said. Oh, we got a caller. We got a caller calling into the show. Diane, how you doing tonight, Diane?
I cannot find you. I'm just looking and looking and looking.
You ain't found the show yet?
Mm-mm.
I'm about to send you the link. Check out the show and call right back in. We got the show cooking tonight a little bit. I'm about to send you the link right now.
Okay, I don't want to do. Okay, do you even do it on my phone? Because I'm trying to do it through YouTube.
I'm gonna send you the link. Watch a little bit of it and call into the show when something is of your interest that you see. I'm about to send you the link right now.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Let's get back into the show and see who the next person is that's conversing with Tatum.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that hot seat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, what's up, bro?
I would argue that the resources, that the cost of hiring a police officer could be significantly better used in revitalizing the Black community rather than affording more cops. As you've seen in the city of New York, when they increased the amount of funding they're putting in schools, when they increased having childcare for people, when they increased training for people to get jobs, they saw the lowest crime rate that they've seen in years.
Right, this is where I think we can agree on. We got to walk and chew gum at the same time. As we see resources provided and crime go down, then we can begin to shrink the availability of law enforcement in that said community. You don't do one before the other. You can't just say, I'm gonna take resources from the law enforcement officers. Crime will go out of control. If I was to concede to your point, we need to see these crime statistics begin to decrease. Therefore, you can justify decreasing law enforcement. You cannot think that because you build a park, that somebody ain't gonna be shooting and acting a fool in the hood. That is a generational thing that's gonna have to happen. And right now, we still got people out today that don't give a F about a park. We've seen plenty of cases that people have built incredible schools, they built parks, roadways, availability to activities for people, and they still out here cutting up. And a lot of it is the way people are raised, the culture that people are embracing. And I would argue that Black people are embracing that wasn't even Black culture to start with. Those things need to be addressed, and they are the most detrimental to the Black community than even funding and defunding police.
I'm gonna get back to that though, but you know, that's why I suggest all black people to not vote for either party, because what he just suggested, he said we keep doing this and doing that, and the crime rate is still going up. What benefit is a park, a road, or a school when I'm hungry at night, when I don't got a roof over my head, when I'm dealing with uncertainty because I'm doing a job that is demoralizing, that I don't want to be there? You know, I think he's out of touch with reality because he hasn't had to deal with the real world. You know, right now, the FBA community is unifying in ways that we haven't in my lifetime. And I feel like, you know, without tangibles, without reparations, without something of substance, these political people will not get our vote no more, and people like Officer Tatum will be exposed. Let's see this guy's rebuttal.
I hear you, but I still agree that.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
So, bro.
I just want to take a second to acknowledge that you're being roasted and you're being very polite about it. So thank you for that.
I'm doing what?
I say you're getting roasted right now, but you're being very polite about it, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for your conceding to my arguments. Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So you're familiar with broken window policing, right?
I'm familiar in part.
Yeah, just for people that don't know, it's just a uniform enforcement of both significant and insignificant laws, right? And I think we could both agree that there are laws in this country that shouldn't exist, right? Or just
give me an example, because I can't concede to it if I don't know what you're talking about.
Marijuana, right? Like in the state of Texas, if you're caught with marijuana, you can be a felon, right? I think we can both agree that that's dumb.
I don't agree to that. I mean, people vote on it and they'll pass what the majority believe. I don't agree to that.
Sure.
I think in some cases marijuana should be illegal. I think medical marijuana should be legal. I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, sure, but based all marijuana, but I think we can both agree that if you have like a felony conviction, that stunts your ability to earn and provide for your family, right?
Yeah, you knew that before you committed the felony, right?
Yeah, but like I think certain laws. Well, first of all,
you're talking felonies. You're not talking misdemeanor. Felonies are very intense things that you do that cause you to get a felony. It's not just having weed on you.
Not exactly. Because if you're caught with a wax pen, right, that can be considered a felony equivalent to if you had like cocaine or something like that.
Depending on what state you're in.
Yeah,
but
depending on the state.
If that's the case, but
right,
you know that before
federally as well.
You know that before you do it.
Sure.
And so you make the decision. You make the decision. Everybody in here make decisions. They're not going to do that because you don't want a felony on your record because you want to be successful and be able to get a job. Is that fair?
But
that's personal responsibility.
But let's interrogate the central claim. You're saying that police in black communities do more good than harm, right?
Exactly.
So if you're caught smoking a blunt on your porch and you become a felon for the rest of your life, and then you're relegated to like being like doing menial labor for the rest of your life, right? When you could have.
I agree with the brother in the comment section. A lot of these guys are just excited to talk to this guy so they can be on YouTube and get some notoriety. You will not get a felony getting caught on the porch smoking a blunt. That's cap. That's cap.
Had a lot more prospect. Isn't that the police causing more harm to your life?
No, it's just don't smoke weed and you won't have to worry about the police.
So are the laws enforced equally across the races?
It is.
No, they're not.
What's your proof? What's your proof to that?
So black people in this country, right, are statistically found to have been given larger sentences for the same crimes compared to their white counterparts.
See, let me give you some more information to give you a better perspective. A lot of it is because people have committed multiple crimes before they get to the final crime sentencing. Yes, it is.
Even for first-time offenders.
Give me an example. Where do you see, now here's what, and everybody should acknowledge this, where do you see in this country a judge, this judge gave a white person a different sentence than a black person in that same courtroom?
Statistically, you can still see that minority offenders are given harsher sentences for the same crimes compared to the white counterparts.
And a lot of times it's because they already have previous charges. I'll give you an example of people that's in my family. Sure. You know, 2 people that I know, I'm not going to say what position they're in my family, got 20 years in prison for armed robbery. 25 years in prison for armed robbery. The reason he got 25 years is because he had already committed a robbery. He got 5 years before that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people. The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that, because he had already been a prohibited possessor, he was already a convicted felon, and he had drugs in the car. Those contributing factors is what lead many black people who already have a criminal record to being sentenced at a higher rate. You cannot find a judge that gave a black person a higher sentencing than they gave a white person. If you find that judge, I think everybody in here will be against that judge. And I would march and protest a judge that we can find doing that. You won't find it.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here because you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
I want to react to that because, you know, I've been against Officer Tatum a lot on this probably everything that he said up to now. But that brother, he came up on the stage and he wasn't knowledgeable about the law. I'm from the country, man. I might live in the city now, but I'm from the country in Tennessee. And I've seen white guys with the same situation that I was involved in, but they didn't have representation. See, that's something that matters also. You can have the same incident, which two incidents are never the same, but you can have similar incidents, similar charges. And somebody can have representation, somebody doesn't have representation. It's going to be different outcomes. Some people have previous offenses, some don't have previous offenses. It's always going to be different outcomes. But I do want to say something. Those laws are used against minorities more. It sways to hurt us more because we may not be able to afford representation. Or we may not be in a position to have representation. Mama got to put the house up to pay for this lawyer, and this lawyer really don't care about your best interest. So he is wrong in that aspect, but he is right. No two situations is going to come out the same way. Let's let him get to it.
Thank you so much. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair. In 3, 2, 1.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Let's have some fun. I want to approach this from a place of curiosity because the thing that troubles me about a lot of the way you structure your arguments is that it seems to suggest to me that you perhaps believe that there's some moral deficit that black people have that inclines us to commit more crimes.
I don't believe
and
that.
I guess my question is, what do you think that moral lack is?
I don't really think it's a sweeping generalization that every black person somehow is born inherently evil or inherently a criminal. I think that there's different things that do cause people to fall down a path of committing crimes, which is what their fathers did and what their mothers did.
One might say context and systemic racism. Or
I don't think it has. I think it had much to do with racism.
No.
I don't think it has. Like for instance, we can isolate criminal activity that happened in the black community that has no hand or involvement from white people. You know, a young man deciding to grab a gun and do a shooting has nothing to do with white people. A young man having sex with 5 and 6 women, getting them pregnant and not standing up for his responsibilities has nothing to do with white people.
See, but when you tell stories like that, it seems to suggest that you're saying that black people are responsible for all of that versus these isolated incidents, these mythical isolated incidents that you're bringing up. I guess
I'm saying it's personal responsibility.
So there's
no white man there.
There's an epidemic of personal responsibility inside the black community.
I agree with
How
that.
do you measure that?
By looking at the effects of it, looking at what black people are doing over time.
So earlier, people have come up and given you a vast number of statistics that indicate systemic racism, inequality, poverty, education. It's happened over and over again. Yet you claim black people have an epidemic of personal responsibility, but you can't give a single statistic that indicates that. How do you measure that? They have an epidemic of personal responsibility.
You see the outcomes.
Is it the rap music?
That's one indicator.
Yeah. It's rap music.
It's rap music.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Who wrote that song?
Let me give you an example of why this is different. Let me give you an example of why this is different.
Come on. Let's talk about rap.
And I'm gonna tell you how it has a negative effect on black people. White people actually listen to rap music way more than black people do. They purchase it more. But black people are living the stuff that's in the music. White people fantasize of what it may be like to run up on your op and shoot somebody and kill them and go to prison.
Come on.
And selling dope in the hood to your own people. Black people are living it. It's a reality. And it's reinforced. You cannot tell me that that's not a form of brainwashing.
I've listened to a lot of rap music. You know what I've never done? Shot up a school.
What does a school guy do anything?
I think you try to create this image.
Are you saying that there's no?
No, this is what I mean by you seem to suggest that there's
no negative? No, you're saying that there's no negative.
There's some kind of lack that causes us to be more prone to violence, but you don't acknowledge any of the historical context.
Are you saying that there's no negative effects of brainwashing yourself about killing your brother and sister and listening to that on a day-to-day basis, there's no negative effect in that.
Right. Why are you posing this as a uniquely black thing? This
Because
is like when you make the
black
argument
people
that like violence has been a part of art all the time. I write for a living. You know who glorifies violence? William Shakespeare. You know who glorifies violence? Quentin Tarantino. But you don't see anyone talking about, oh my God, there's a response for all the white on white crime, even though there are more white criminals in America than any other race.
We're talking about black people.
Yeah.
Do you think that black hip hop music, rap music is detrimental to the black community?
No.
You think it has no effect on the psyche of a young man listening to that every day?
No. It's that simple.
I disagree with you on that point. I think here lies the problem.
How would you validate that? How would you prove that?
Well,
what can be proved is a correlation between poverty and crime, and that can be traced systemically through history. And this goes back to all of the arguments we've made about wealth accumulation and how black people have been prevented from having that.
Now, how can you associate that to white supremacy?
How can I associate white supremacy and generational poverty? Do you think wealth is inherited?
In part.
Yes. So do you think poverty is inherited?
Majority of people who are successful in this country do not get passed on generational wealth. A lot of people who are very successful.
Hey, I need y'all help, all the viewers. I need somebody to call in. And after I give my take, I want somebody to call in and give me their take. I want to give y'all 2 to 3 minutes. I need y'all perspective on this because I'm an artist myself. You know, I'm almost 15 albums in. I'm releasing my final album September the 11th. And what I want to say about the artistry, at one point I thought that hip hop was destroying the black community. And I got podcasts and I started writing a book about the destruction that is created in the black community based upon hip hop. And I stopped because I started realizing that art imitates life. He said, how can you equate hip hop to white supremacy? I'm going to break it down to you. Because art imitates life. People are just writing down their experiences and their reality. You know, to me, I feel like I grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, right? When the welfare system was in play. And the system was created to keep the fathers out the home. You know, I'm from a neighborhood where all the parents in the neighborhood was females raising young boys without fathers because they gave them that government assistance. They gave them somewhere to live. They gave them a financially stable home. They didn't need the man no more. They removed the man out the house. The young boy is growing up without guidance. What you think he is going to do? He don't even know how to articulate himself, so he's going to react with violence, feelings, and emotions. And then he's going to get in the studio and make a song and rap about his reality. Who created that welfare system? Hey, that's just all I'm saying. Y'all can agree, disagree. Give me y'all perspective. Am I right? Am I wrong? Call into the show. I would greatly appreciate it. Let me read a few comments. China has condemned America for its hate for us. That's a lie because most of the wealth is owned by white people who boarded wealth. Facts. Let's get back into it, man.
Came from nothing. I would argue that almost every black person who is successful came from nothing, which is an example of why capitalism works.
Yeah, okay, so I went to one of the most conservative high schools in America. It is a very alluring and deceptive delusion to believe that because you live in circumstances that are different from the rest of black people, that somehow you are special.
What do you mean? You're saying that if you work hard in this country,
this is the way earlier that you suggested,
work hard,
like, oh, here's my example of someone who escaped poverty, and that means that everybody has access to that.
No, I'm not saying not every white person has access to.
So then you acknowledge that there are forces that operate against black people that are unique to black people. And where do those come from?
I think a lot of it comes from the actions of black people.
The epidemic of personal responsibility that you can't indicate how.
Are you telling me? So are you a successful man? Considering, like,
I'm doing my thing. I'm doing my thing. Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to school?
I got incredibly lucky.
Are you educated?
I got incredibly lucky.
Are you educated?
Yeah.
Okay. What decisions did you have to make to get to the point that you're at?
Okay, if we want to talk about education, we want to talk about the difference in funding between schools in black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods.
No,
like if you're
funding, yeah. I went to probably one of the poor schools in my school district.
Yeah.
That didn't make the difference of whether or not I did my homework or not.
Yeah, this is the thing where I think you're convinced that you're special.
I don't think that inherently, because the color of my skin, that somehow I'm behind the curve against white people.
Yeah. Harriet Tubman escaped the plantation. A lot of people didn't. Is it the fault of all those black people that they couldn't escape?
I don't get your point there.
The point that I'm making is that people live in dire circumstances, and every once in a while, someone can break out. And that's not an indication that the system itself
Black people
is not
don't
corrupt.
live in a world where every now and again, the majority of black people live in the middle class.
Yes, but a lot more black people live in poverty than any other.
Disproportionate, and a lot of those are because of decision making. When you have children, and you're not married,
this is why I'm saying that I think you think that black people have some unique moral deficit.
We
because
are
you're saying
falling,
that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility in black people, but you can't prove that. And yet we can prove that systemic racism exists, but you don't.
What you're doing is you're assessing or
when
associating
does systemic racism stop in America? When does systemic racism stop in America?
I don't think there was real systemic racism
ever. Keep going, please keep going.
Right,
I would love for you to go for the rest of this time on that.
I do not believe that there's been systemic racism in America that's been the primary reason why black people cannot succeed.
Right, but you can't prove that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility. You can prove that there's an epidemic of systemic racism.
No, look.
And that's why I'm asking you, when did it stop? Because theoretically, that should be the
Are you saying that black people are not responsible for the decisions that they make?
I'm saying everyone has agency. Everyone commits crime. Everyone does everything.
Exactly.
But people have had to live in different circumstances.
So therefore, if you do the right things like you did, you have an opportunity to be successful, which is equal to just about anybody else, no matter what color you are. You think white people are better than you?
No, but I worry you do.
Why do you think I do? I'm the one that's saying that black people have an opportunity to be successful in this country just as well as anybody else. You don't believe that. So you think white people are better than you.
Your prompt perhaps could have been, we should do more to prevent crime and poverty in black communities, right? That's a way of framing the argument that is about
you can
solutions
say you can frame or whatever you want. You are focusing on, we're talking about black people.
I'm focusing on language because words are important.
We're talking about black people and you're focusing on what white people are doing. So who harm black people more than other black people?
How many people who brought us over are here in boats?
Gentlemen, the time's up now.
That was fun.
I never seen a black man defend white supremacy. I never seen that with my own two eyes. After he defended white supremacy, I kind of didn't even see nothing else. I never seen that with my own two eyes, a black man defend white supremacy. Let me read a few of y'all comments. Hey there, Miss Diane. Diane, thank you for tuning in. I highly appreciate you. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say, educational about this. And we're going to play one more clip, and I would love for you to call in and hear your take. Round of applause to Tiffany and Diane and my boy Frank Nitty. What's poppin', family? Young Miami is who they are targeting right now. Ouch. Got him. He got him. He got him, Tiffany. Brandon Tatum is exposing himself a lot. He's defending the system in all aspects. He can't even say nothing is wrong. He just have to agree. You could tell he's paid off. Let me play the next one.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker secret weapon, has made a wild comeback. But why is that clean lifestyle still fueled by big tobacco?
You know what's crazy, man? When you pay, like I pay for YouTube Premium so I can stream these things and have the conversations with the people on the show. And they have commercials within the commercial now. It's just crazy. And also tonight I turned the commercials off. So, y'all won't get no commercials while we watching the stream. I appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. I would love for y'all to call in. And Diane said, I'm telling you, I see it. He's defending all aspects. All aspects. He can't even be objective or truthful about nothing. I never seen nothing like it before. This is unbelievable. Come on now, I'm ready to hear the next brother speak. And to me, it ain't even about like liberal or conservative. I don't even want us to even contribute to the divide like that as black people, because they want us to be divided based upon sex. They want us to be divided based upon race, politics. Everything is a divide. If they can control the divide, we'll never unite, ever. Real talk. Let's see what this one is about.
Claim is that black people hurt black people more than any other group.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Great, nice to meet you. Great. Okay, I personally think that since we're talking about groups, I think that Republicans, their leadership caused more harm. I think the fact that Louisiana, which has one of the highest murder rates, or COP, has one of the highest poverty rates, that's run by Republicans. And honestly, with the Voting Rights Act, they just axe the fact that black people can have a voice. So when we talk about like political harm, Republicans are trying to destroy black people. When we talk about economic harm, Republicans, I mean, with the tariffs, with just how we're doing as a country right now, Republicans have axed any way that black people can be able to speak, profit. We can go back to racist policies like redlining that, you know, President Trump has participated in twice. I just don't understand how black people are doing more harm there.
Okay, I disagree with a few things that you've claimed, but what I'm saying is that if you look at, I don't know the ages of everybody in this room, but if you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Where are victimizations of black people higher?
In black neighborhoods.
Where? In red states? In Mississippi? In Missouri? No, right?
Well, not necessarily true. Mississippi as a state, obviously has majority white people that live in it. We're talking about cities that are primarily black that are dealing with these issues.
So my problem with this is that whenever we talk about black harm, we're only able to talk about murder rates.
No, it's not just murder rates. I would argue that black people systemically voting for Democrats have been very harmful to the black community.
How?
Well, when you look at, let's start from Martin Luther King all the way on. There's plenty of statistical data points where black people have declined.
Who had?
In the birth rate, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In young black people born into single parent homes, black people engaging in employment.
Can I talk
and mind
about
you, hold on one
employment?
second. Let me get to point by point.
Yeah.
And this entire time, black people have been consistently voting for Democrats, which I argue is hurting the black community.
You went to employment, right? Okay. So let's talk about unemployment. Who had the lowest black unemployment?
What you mean, who had what administration?
What president? Yeah, what president?
Well, Joe Biden did.
Okay, so Joe Biden, the Democrat, right?
Let me explain. The first decline that we saw, which was historic, was under President Trump.
Yeah, and then it was historic under Biden, right?
And then it went down under Joe Biden.
After a pandemic, right? It was historically low in 2023 at 5.3 or 5.2 for black unemployment, which beats Trump's 5.5, which increased to like a 7.9 by the end of this year.
Some people can argue that Trump's policies residually rolled over into Biden's administration.
Like the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Opportunity zones help black people. Tax cuts.
Is that why he didn't bring them back and brought them back for rural areas?
Tax cuts do help black people. I don't know if you believe this or not, but black people do have jobs.
Why did
they do rely
on
taxes being cut.
That's why
to help
Biden
benefit.
had a lower unemployment rate. But when we were talking about tax cut, Biden had a child tax credit that Trump took away, that the Republicans didn't want to put into his 2023 and 2024 year. So why are the Republicans stopping those tax cuts that you said black people have children?
I think we're getting off track. The premise of what I'm saying is that the ailments that we see in the black community are perpetuated by other black people. Listen, let me say, the drugs that are sold in our communities are sold by us. The crime that is committed in our communities, that's devastating our communities, are perpetuated primarily by us.
So what's your solution?
Okay,
what should
pause,
black people
I can give you a solution.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you so much.
Drugs sold in our community are sold to us by us. I never seen brothers growing coca leaves. How did it get there? You know, to me, I got to turn my mic up. I apologize, y'all. We always got to look at the root of the situation and not blame the people at the bottom. That's just like corporate business. You know, you running let's say a Fortune 500 company, and it's failing at the moment. The people at the top always blame the people at the bottom. The people at the bottom busting their ass to keep this company open. The most important people. But the people at the top blaming you, saying that you could do better. Officer Tatum saying we sell to our own people. Those people are living every day with uncertainty, trying to survive, scratching and clawing. Look at the root of the situation, where it come from. The government allow it to get through. The people at the top allow it to get to the community. They don't have to allow it. And you want to blame the people at the bottom. I'm sick of this shit. Real talk. Hey, let me read some comments. Tiffany said, yes, that's what I was thinking. Nitty said, opportunity zones was gentrification. Most definitely. I agree with that. Diane said, Trevor, now remember, I told you last week about this soft target on rap music. I told you that right now they are targeting Young Miami right now, and now Tatum is talking about it. Now pay attention. I'm gonna have to make Diana a moderator. I'm gonna have to give her access to the channel and everything because she sent me some UN entities, some information about what the UN is telling America that they need to do. Even though, Diane, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that America tells the UN what to do. And I'm gonna read some more of Nitty's comments and Diane's also. But systematic bias, disproportionate use of force, call for reform. One of the call for reform is the UN has urged members nations, including the United States and various European countries, to overhaul criminal justice systems, ban discriminatory racial profiling, improve police accountability, and address the root cause of racial disparities in law enforcement. The disproportionate use of force they talk about, in this passage that she sent me, that messages and reports have highlighted that people of African descent and other minority groups face significantly higher rates of police stops, searches, injuries, and fatalities compared to the white population. That's what they was just talking about too in a previous conversation or debate that he had. Thank you for that though, Diane. I really appreciate that. But I think, the UN can say what they want to say to make it look as if that they're trying for better. But I feel like, the United States is making the decisions over there. The UN really doesn't have that type of control that, the public think that it has. But I could be wrong. And I'm looking forward to being educated by anybody. Inform me. I value everybody's opinion, even if I disagree with it. That's just who I am as a person. We don't run anything, though. How do we control our drugs? Okay, Diane. Let me let them continue on with the conversation, and we'll get back into it. Man, we've been on here for how long? We've been on here almost 2 hours, and I'm just halfway through the debate. I'm gonna keep going too, and I got more topics. But let me let them keep cooking.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one. Thank you,
brother.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How are you?
Good. I'm Zena. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, so Black people hurt Black people more than anyone else hurts Black people.
Okay.
My question to you is why?
Well, that's a really good question. I think that it stimulates from a few different facets, and I think a lot of them are responsible, but for the most part, by Black people. When you are not raised in a loving household and you're not protected, you don't have a father in the household, those things lead to devastating outcomes. Young men doing things they're not supposed to do, like we see in modern society, these young YNs. All of these things are contributing factors to decisions that we make.
Okay, cool. So what you're describing is a byproduct of poverty, right? And what we know under a capitalist system is that poverty compounds over time and history, as well as wealth. And what has happened systematically as well as systemically in the system is that Black people have been pushed away from wealth creating mechanisms. This has happened for generations, even past slavery. Even if we were to argue that after slavery, nothing else happened. There was no Jim Crow laws, there's no redlining, there's no unequal implementation of the GI Bill, we would still see that our country has lived under this disenfranchisement of Black people longer than it has been free. So my question is, what do you think accounts for the $4 to $16 trillion that was stolen from Black people through slavery? Where is that equalizing mechanism?
I don't believe that you can say that money was stolen from Black people during slavery.
Oh, but
let me explain. Because money wasn't stolen, opportunities were not there because Black people were slaves. It's not a fair comparison.
So imagine this: you got 200 people on a plantation, and they're making you millions and millions of dollars, right, a year. Through their labor, right? So what happens is there's no money to steal because Black people weren't granted the humanity
to be
compensated for the value that they created.
Well, let's look at it like this. This is an environment and a dispensation of time where slavery was a fact and a reality around the world.
And we live under capitalism, right?
Let me explain. So it's not like it was somehow uniquely.
Oh, it was very unique to the West.
It's not uniquely in the United States of America.
Chattel slavery?
Majority of the slaves
Do you want to
were in
compare
South
chattel
America.
slavery?
Let me just give you an example. Majority of the slaves were in South America. You do agree to that? About 400,000 black people
Do we
were
want to
made
focus on
slaves
America,
over
though?
time.
Why are we pivoting the conversation? My
We're
question
not pivoting
was
anything. You jumping
what-
around.
No.
Let's stick to
I had a
something that
question.
we
Do you
can
remember
have.
the question I asked you around 2 minutes ago? I asked you this.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of
I
a
don't-
conversation. You're saying
it's unfortunate that that's the way that you feel about how I'm trying
that's
to
not
approach
true.
a question.
We need to stick to a
What's
point.
the
Are you
equalizing
saying what,
mechanism? $4 to $16 trillion, right, was the revenue that was created through the unpaid labor that came from chattel slavery.
In my opinion, you cannot judge slavery and act as if black people even had a fair chance in the first place.
That's what I'm talking about here.
Let me explain. We need to talk in terms of after slavery was abolished, what opportunities were presented
If we
to
do
black
that,
people.
we cut out around 2/3 of the story, right? So what I told you before, right? We live under capitalism, and if we live under capitalism, what we know is a couple things. Wealth comes from capital, and capital compounds, right? Value. So what happens is property taxes.
Are you trying to say that inevitably black people will never have an opportunity to be successful in America? Is that what you're saying?
I'm explaining something really, really crucial here.
I mean,
that will help
can you answer that? Because I think we'll be on the same
You can't interrupt
platform.
me when we're not having the same conversation.
I'm
if you're gonna
trying to
interrupt me.
get to a
Okay,
point where we can have a
so
real discussion.
If it is the case that property taxes, right, fund our school systems, build them up, okay, and we see redlining literally labeled neighborhoods where black people were living as inharmonious, full of inharmonious racial groups to the point where they couldn't get the mortgage, right? This was what, 60 years ago? Grandparents, parents, right, who experienced that inability to have a home. 2/3 of the middle class gets their generational wealth from properties. Where's this equalizing mechanism? Why do you expect there to be a similar playing field?
Okay, I think we're going to go in circles if we go back in time. What mechanism?
Oh, we got to.
I'm saying that we're going to get to a standstill. What mechanisms are in place today that prevent you from having the same financial success as anybody else in this country?
Does inheritance exist under capitalism?
I'm giving you,
No.
I'm asking you to answer this
'Cause
question.
I've asked two questions now that were ignored.
What mechanism in place currently prevents you from being financially successful as anybody else in this country?
The continuity of private property, right? So I'm
Are you
answering the
not
question.
allowed to own property?
That's not the question here. It's who had access to property.
No,
the problem is,
we know. Let's put it this way, because we're going to get into an argument in circles.
I don't think it's going in circles. I think you're not answering the question.
Here's the thing that we can agree on.
I asked two questions.
Let me say, this is the thing that we can agree on. We can agree that there was discrimination in this country. We can agree that there's some elements of.
Do you agree that inheritance exists?
We can agree that there's elements of things that happen in this country that put black people behind. We can agree to that.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is that we cannot still live
We're not living in
60
the
years
past.
ago
We're living in the
and
future.
act as if we don't have an opportunity
Okay.
today.
Here, let me.
We can break down redlining. We can go through the process
Let me
of all
address
these
it.
different things.
Let me address it.
Because I don't think that we're telling the full
think you're
story
right.
about redlining. I don't think we're telling the full story about economic opportunity for black people in America
I think
today.
you're right. So white families, on average, have a 10 times higher median household income
Well, why
than
is
black
that?
people.
Why is
and
that?
And that's what I want to answer for you.
Let me
It's
answer it.
because,
Let
no,
me-
no,
let
no,
me answer it
You
for you.
asked me a question. Why are you answering the question that you asked to me?
You just let me answer the question for you.
No, I don't want you to answer it for me because I want to answer. I want to participate in it back and forth.
Okay, come on.
The reason is because wealth in this country is passed down. The biggest, in 2020, they projected that $765 billion, right, was passed down through gifts and bequests to the American population, right, the middle class, and that's just the middle class. That is the majority way that wealth funnels down in this country.
Are you saying that black people are not currently able to have financial success in this country just like white people?
I'm saying that we're comparing a tortoise to a hare right now. So
I don't think that's true.
I think it's
are you
absolutely
alluding to
true.
the fact? Let's talk about redlining real quick, because I think that it's been disproportionately represented. When you talk about redlining, do you know? And I think it's good for the crowd to understand this, that in the red line districts, 92% of all the people who live in the red line districts were white. Are you aware of that?
Where is this source coming from? Redlining specifically labeled.
Do you not know this as a fact?
Okay, how about this? The underwritings of the HOLC specifically said that black groups, right, were seen as inharmonious groups that we should
That's
be
not
very
true.
wary. No.
Let's
look it up. The fact check will be somewhere here or here for you.
FHA,
right? It said
that's what the
inharmonious
FHA,
groups.
That's
Black
what the
people were
FHA
titled
determined.
as FHA. Okay, they
Okay,
both
we're gonna
work
pause
together.
it
No, they
here.
did not work together. They were
We have
different.
to
They had
pause
No,
it
they were
here.
different, but they
functionalities.
worked together.
They
Guys,
had
we do have
different
to pause. You've
functionalities.
been
I want to rewind it a little bit and read that fact check, because that's important. Every time they do a fact check, I want to check it out. I want to read it and see if y'all agree with it or disagree with it, because she came with the heat You know, I love black women, especially educated ones that come with the heat. You know, the slavery piece was one thing, but I could go deeper than slavery. You know, he is ignoring the root of the problem with our ethnicity. The root of the problem is always going to go back in time because it's just not a, we didn't get a chance to be able to succeed freely and willingly like when they was doing the coups in Wilmington, when the Red Summer Massacre happened in 1919 in Knoxville, St. Louis, and all of those places, when Black Wall Street was burnt down, when St. Petersburg in Florida was allowed to get tore down. The government allowed the Caucasians to do that. You know, it's just interesting. Listen to this man not acknowledge the root of the problem, and he go to today. You know, 200 years in the future, saying that you know we can't have the same success as white people. Man, you got to look at the root of the problem. Let me read the fact check to y'all. More than 97% of black individuals and 95% of black owned homes in the study sample were located in areas subsequently rated D, compared with 49% of white individuals and 39% of white owned homes. Black residents were therefore far more likely to live in D rated areas. Although the study concluded that much of this concentration resulted from discrimination and restricted housing choices that predated the HOLOC maps. Let me read y'all comments, man. Real talk. Thank y'all for tuning in. I would appreciate it if, you know, somebody called into the show and tell me y'all perspective of what y'all hearing so far. Let's get into this comment section, though. My boy Nitty says she cooking. Don't use the angry black woman bullshit. Tiffany said that he don't have this energy for Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace put that boy in a, she handled the business on that boy, Nancy Grace did. For real. This is the same hating black man who respects and reserves his white queen, who he put the ring on, ain't it? Okay, passe. As much money that has been stolen put America in debt, I beg to differ that slavery doesn't still exist in America. Hold up. I beg to differ that slavery doesn't still exist in America. I feel like slavery still do exist in America. It's just different. It's not physical, it's mental. Because people are doing things that they don't want to do so they can survive, you know, and make it to see another day. People are living with uncertainty. You know, that's not a good thing. When you got people worth $1 trillion that is a government beneficial person like Elon Musk, real talk. You got people homeless, 1 million people homeless, and a man worth $1 trillion. That just make it make sense. She is wrong. What she don't know is people were slated in their own lands. These folks did not move people around the world like she thinks. There was no need to do that. You got a point there, Diane, because a lot of us are indigenous to this land. So they might not have had to move people around like that, though. But if we look at the Democratic Party and what they did by allowing all of these people into this country, at the end of the day, they used some people that wasn't from here. Just my take. Tiffany said he's ignorant and tap dancing for that check. Facts. They sent the wrong person for this argument. You're not, cuz you have property taxes. You will never own property or cars. Facts. Red line meant undesirable, condemned areas. So Diane talking to Frank, we really did run things, but because our media don't show us running anything, that's why we think that. I used to think the same thing, but I thought that because I didn't see my people running nothing. Redlining was heavily executed in cities like Baltimore, which argues for the right to tangibles. Cut the check. I agree with that too, Tiffany. You know, Baltimore is a place that's significant. It's in a significant area in the United States, and I don't know why they allow certain areas in Baltimore to be the way that it is. I will explain when I call in. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. We're gonna play one more clip. The next person who come up to debate Officer Tatum and see what they say. I think that that young lady did a phenomenal job. Let me give her a round of applause. She did a phenomenal job. Real talk.
So we're here for you, right? It said
that's what the
in
FHA,
harmonious groups,
that's
black
what the
people were
FHA
titled
determined.
as in FHA. Okay, they
Okay,
both
we're
work
gonna pause
together.
No, they did not work together. They were
have to
different. They
pause
had
No,
it
they
different
were different, but they
functionalities.
worked together.
They
Guys,
had
you do have to
different
pause. You've been
functionalities.
voted out. Thank you. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Peace, brother.
What's up, brother?
So we were talking about black on black crime.
Yeah, we can address that.
Black on black crime is a myth. Human beings create crime based off where they're at. In the 90s, there was an opioid epidemic, specifically Oxycontin. This was white drug dealers selling this medicine to white fiends.
Okay.
Over 80,000 people in the year 2023, according to the CDC, overdosed from opioids. That same year, 31,000 people overdosed from cocaine. Now, a portion of those cocaine users were likely black people who were on crack. However, more than twice as many people overdosed on opioids that were white drug dealers selling to white fiends. However, in no instance did anyone come up, a policymaker, and say that this opioid crisis was white on white crime. However, when black people engage in crime based off where they're at, the government uses it as an excuse to overcriminalize them in a way that white communities are not criminalized at all.
I disagree with you because I don't think that anybody's saying black on black crime necessitates a police response. People point out that black people disproportionately, or I'll say to a higher degree per capita, kill each other more than any other group.
It's not accurate.
That is 100% accurate. That is 100% accurate. Anybody.
Let's read the fact check. I gotta stop it. Let's read the fact check. We ain't got time to be playing with this coon ass nigga. Latest FBI homicide data show a strong same race pattern in the reported single offender cases. About 89.5% of black victims were killed by black offenders. Whew. Whew. I don't like to see that stat. Whew. I can't get mad at my brother enough to want to harm him. How much again? Hey, I want y'all to do the research in the chat. Is these stats right? Am I stopping the show reading these Jubilee stats and are they facts? 89.5% of black victims were killed by black offenders. And about 81.6% of white victims were killed by white offenders. So generally, this claim is mostly true, but it should be framed as FBI reported case data, not a universal statement about every murder in America.
Can fact check that. We kill each other at a higher rate per capita than any other group. That is a fact. Now, the reason that people point this out is because others try to claim that the biggest threat to our existence, the biggest threat to our young people are white people, or systemic racism.
Absolutely.
But the reality is the cause of death, the leading cause of death for young people 25 and under, from 15 to 25, is being murdered by another black man. Then you go on beyond that, and the leading cause of death is what? Health issues.
I dig it.
Heart
I dig it. So the biggest,
diabetes, and other, it has nothing to do with white people.
Okay, cool. So the biggest threat to black people and the biggest threat to the world is the system of racism and white supremacy that we live in. Because the system of racism and white supremacy— Give me an example
how
I'll give
the
you an example. I'll break it down. The
is
system of
directly
racism,
affecting you.
Exactly. The system of racism, white supremacy affects every faction of interaction.
Give me an example.
I'll give you an example. We're talking economic, social, and sports. So these these black drug dealers that you're mad at, for example, Freddie Gray. Freddie Gray was a petty black drug dealer.
He still was selling drugs.
Yes, he
To
was
who?
selling drugs.
Who was he selling drugs
He was
to?
selling drugs to black people.
Okay.
But no petty white drug dealer has ever been thrown in the back of a paddy wagon and ended up dead.
That is not true. They just
only
didn't get
black
publicity.
people are only petty
That's
black
not
drug
true.
dealers are criminalized for selling drugs. That's because we live in a system
You want to go to Freddie
of
Gray?
racism,
You wanna go-
white supremacy
Who was the judge?
that over
Who was the judge?
criminalizes
Who was the judge?
the actions of black people.
Who was the
and
judge?
overlooks petty white crime.
Who was the prosecutor and judge that allowed those police officers to get off in that crime? It was a black judge and a black prosecutor.
Also, in
And there were
2018,
black officers
there were multiple officers in Baltimore who were found guilty of planting drugs and weapons on black people and arresting them. That is an example.
Tiffany, I need you, Tiffany. Now they talking about your home turf, Tiffany. I need you. I don't like this. I ain't never seen. I never seen a black man defend white supremacy. I need you, Tiffany. Educate. Let me play it so they can finish. Tiffany, you and be more educators, please. The floor is yours.
Example of racism, white supremacy being used to weaponize crime and criminalize black people. You've never heard an instance in which petty white drug dealers have had drugs and weapons planted on them that has led to their arrest.
Have you ever been a police officer?
God,
have you ever
no.
arrested? Have
God,
you ever
no.
arrested anybody?
God, no.
Well, let me break this down.
God,
the things
no.
that you're saying are focused on what's happening in the black community. You don't know what's happening in the white community.
I know exactly. I just told you they're fiend out. I told you there's an opioid crisis. White street drug dealers are selling street fentanyl and Oxycontin and opioids to white fiends. But it's cool and it's not over criminalized.
Cool to who?
It's cool to
you're saying,
it's cool to the government. It's cool to the people
that
it's cool to the people that write the laws. The people that write the laws, the government and the politicians are not over criminalizing this behavior. They're not chasing the white dope dealer, the white petty drug dealer. They're not chasing him around and throwing him into the back of a bag in the back of a paddy wagon.
What makes you
the
think
same way that Freddie Gray got thrown into the back
what
of a
makes you
paddy
think that
wagon.
they're not chasing criminals?
Timothy, please let Officer Tatum speak and address what your concerns are.
You said a lot of things. If you're saying that there's no instances where white people are getting arrested for criminal activity, or you're saying that they're not thrown in the back of the paddy wagon and dying.
The same way as black people.
No, that's not true.
What I'm saying is these white drug dealers are not policed and criminalized and put on TV and looked at as criminals and drug dealers in the same way that petty black drug dealers like Freddie Gray are criminalized and thrown in the back of paddy wagons.
Let me respond to you. I think that
I have to pause it here. He's been voted out by the majority.
It's good.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
I really wanted to hear Officer Tatum's response to the last debater. Anybody who, we haven't even had no call-ins tonight and I've been going. I want to know what people's thoughts is of this Jubilee debate. What are your thoughts about Officer Tatum defending, white supremacy? The sports take was interesting. The Freddie Gray and the Baltimore take was interesting. I really wanted to hear his response, but they cut it short. Let's go. I ain't got nothing to say. Let's go.
Back again. Okay, so thank you for clarifying the prompt for us, because I was a little confused reading it, because white people hurt white people around the same rates. But
Tiffany, the floor is yours. I gotta pause the show. I just need to hear your thoughts of that last soliloquy that guy was talking about. Now,
Listen, thank you for taking my call. I'm not even going to go on a whole rant this evening because it's good. Thank you for showing this debate. I think it definitely we needed to hear his thoughts and hear him go, back and forth. And it's really exposing exactly who he is. And I'm just like, at what point did he become so disconnected with himself as a black man in America and just reality in general? Mm-hmm. And, of course, everybody's perspective is different based upon their life experiences, class, whatever the case might be. But he is so ignorant to me, and it really infuriates me. And I get it sometimes, with certain people being, officers of the law, would say you, but it coming from a place like Baltimore, right? Mm-hmm. And that was the conversation that was had last week on Talk Radio, and they were just talking about this ongoing problem. First off,
I barely can hear you, Tiffany. I barely can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now you good. You crispy.
Yeah. So I was saying, when it comes to places like Baltimore, that has been an ongoing issue because you had things like redlining that took place on top of this, top of that. Now in 2026, I'm going to say within the last 2 or 3 years, and it's so crazy, even being a business owner and other business owners, regardless of whatever district or neighborhood or part of the city or even part of the state of Maryland that you are in, how prevalent the opioid and fentanyl crisis has really reared its ugly face. And what we are seeing in the city, I don't know if they're busing them in or where they're coming from, but it is definitely being done intentionally. I have never seen so many white drug addicts just flooding. I mean, usually they would come in, obviously, to certain thoroughfares that run adjacent to like 95. And you know that you could come to Baltimore and you can get whatever you want.
Yeah.
And it's always been a major hub for heroin due to the ports, due to 95, and all the different ways to get it in. And it's just mind blowing. But I really wish he would have allowed for that last gentleman to really question him, or just to debate, because the criminalization of drugs and crime is so it's so infuriating when I can look and see how crack came in. But even when we're talking about heroin and the opioid epidemic, right? And specifically with fentanyl and how it affects everything else. And I'm telling you, you would be like just amazed if you saw this migration. And it's just like it's like an exodus that's happened, like I said. And you just look up and you see them coming in with their suitcases and the shoplifting and the crime and stuff that has increased. So while crime and murders have gone down, those kind of crimes have increased. And guess who is doing it? It's not Black people.
Listen,
and they are destroying. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you good. Listen, I'm from Tennessee, Tiffany, originally. Like when I think about home, and I have an understanding for the way that drugs are prioritized. They give help to people that's on meth and opioids and stuff, and opportunities to get their life together. But they was hindering Black folks and using it as a way to benefit for cheap labor and stuff like that. What is it called? Sweat equity.
Sweat equity.
Yeah, they was using us as sweat equity. So it's just interesting to see that he is a defender of that, being one of us.
And to say again when you the propaganda of putting a face on it. So it didn't become a national outcry again until all of these deaths and ODs were starting to happen, and they were looking at who was coming in. Like we had our main medical examiner just recently retired. He said he was so burnt out because they were just coming in younger and younger, and they were all dying from fentanyl use, right? So again, it's such a booming industry, and unfortunately everybody is getting money off of it. So you got to think, if you have a place like Baltimore City where everybody is monetizing off of the addiction to opioids, because you have so many rehabilitation facilities that are just popping up overnight, and they are not successful. Why? Because people are going just to get a bid. You understand what I'm saying? If they giving them stuff to get off of it, whether it be methadone, whatever the case might be, they're going to sell it to buy more drugs. And it's just another ending cycle. And as we say, always follow the money.
Most definitely. Follow the money.
You understand?
Followthemoney.org. I suggest everybody write that down and do that, because it lets you know who's investing in who and investing in what. Followthemoney.org.
And you have people who have gone through their spouse with addiction. I've sent you my own memoir and how I became addicted to painkillers. So I do have a personal story in regards to that. but it's again, it's so much money. You have to want to get off of it. And the majority of people that you see roaming the city, they don't want to get off of it because it's too accessible and it's so cheap.
Oh man.
So if I really don't want to change, and I have again a state, a government who is supporting my habit, and what initiative do I have? And then when you're talking about long term, you'll have people who come in and have done it, have worked at stops, have been clean 20, 30 years, but they won't listen to them. They won't take their advice about what needs to be done. You know, a large portion of addiction runs hand in hand with mental health. And, you know, you look at not just Baltimore, but all around the world, mental institutions that have been shut down. We need them more than ever. It's not just in my city. You look around and you see the people who are struggling with just existing in this world, and they don't belong amongst us. They need help and they need care. You understand what I'm saying?
And the government using them as profit, and then you got this brother up here defending what the government is doing.
Because he one of them that requires some kind of mental intervention. Because I can't believe what I'm hearing, but I do understand, because then you will have somebody like a Clarence Thomas who's sitting up at on the Supreme, the highest court. The only smart thing that he's done in my recent memory is talking about birthright citizenship. You know, that's the only thing that he's done where I could actually say, oh, wow, I'm agreeing with Clarence Thomas. I never thought I'd see that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But, yeah, just thank you. Thank you for letting me call in and voice.
I appreciate you, Tiffany, every time, and for supporting me. And I'm going to keep this going to the end of this. I got some more topics, too. I want to pull up a topic of Westmore if I'm still up and at it, but I'm excited about the conversation and learning from the people in the comment section. And just thank you for your time, Tiffany.
Thank you for letting me get on, and I'm tuned in.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right.
Let me give Tiffany a round of applause. We're going to get right back into the conversation. You know, that him defending in that last debate what is going on with the drugs and not looking at the root of the cause, only looking at what is going on in present day is interesting. But let me give Tiffany a round of applause.
I guess my question is like, starting when and how?
Hold up. Talk to me, Diane. Talk to me. Oh, turn the TV down in the turn the TV off in the background so I can hear you clear.
I did.
Talk to me, Diane. What is of substance that you have heard tonight that you want to talk about? I would highly appreciate you.
Okay. So, first, let me say this. Officer Tatum has to say what's politically correct. Right? Even if he wants to say something else, he can't say anything else. Right?
Why he can't?
Because let me tell you what I found out.
Talk to me.
I found out that in order for you to hold any type of office, you have to sign a NDA. That's real talk. You have to, no matter what you find out, no matter how you see your people suffering, no matter what, you cannot say anything. Believe me when I tell you this. If Officer Tatum say anything other than what he's saying now, he will be in trouble. They would work on getting him out of that. He wouldn't even have a voice on this TV. You wouldn't even see him on there. I can say that now. But when I was speaking from my own little circle, I could only say what I saw on this damn television. Listen, when you learn from other people, from other countries, I'm learning from a Chinese guy from China. I'm learning from people from Iran. Believe me when I tell you, I'm learning from Muslims, from everybody. You're only as smart as your teacher. And you only, listen, this TV and YouTube is most people's teacher. And it's a good thing if you know how to use it in a good way.
Can I ask you a question,
Now,
Diane? Let me ask you a question.
yes, sir.
When you
Yes,
listen,
sir.
when you listening to these individuals, I know you're an objective person. You've been sending me information. Is there
Right.
things you disagree with that they say?
Okay. Once again, do you know what I see? Because I'm looking at 10 people talk about the same thing that Officer Tatum talking about. So when I look at what 10 different people say, he's speaking. What he's trying to get them to see is, let's stop blaming it on slavery. Now that we, are you saying something?
No, I'm listening
Okay.
to you. I'm listening
So
to you.
what he's
Let's stop
saying
blaming
is,
slavery. Keep cooking, Diane.
Now that we know what they did to us during slavery, right? Okay? We got to move past this. Like, I was hearing these young people talk about slavery. The schools that they went to haven't even begun to give them the knowledge to talk about this slavery. I'm being honest with you. Because when white people came here, they was called, listen, I'm going to repeat it. See, I see your mouth move. I got to stop watching the TV. Look, when white people came here, when they sent white people here by the boatloads from Europe, they was called, they was called something. I can't think of the name of it. They was called something, but in 20 years, they could work themselves out of slavery. They couldn't just come here just to come here. They was enslaved too. I know you don't know that. I know that because I learn from other people. So, okay, white people came here and they was called, I can't think of the dang on name of it, but in 20 years, they could get out of slavery, right? What was called, it wasn't called slavery for them, it was called something else. It was called slavery for us. So, and they babies, when they had their babies didn't automatically go into slavery, right?
It was something servants. They were servants. I forgot.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, the thing about black people, the bad part about us with the slavery is we went into what's called that chattel slavery or whatever, right? So our babies, when we had our babies, they were slaves also. And what I had to learn was, I kept saying, well, why did they just keep the people enslaved like that? Why they just didn't let them go? Did they not have a heart? It was money attached to it. If you wanted to let your slaves go, the courts wouldn't allow that. So it was a whole system built around the slavery thing, right?
Yep. And some people wasn't slaves also. They was just working for a wage that wasn't respectable, like $1 a day in food.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Everybody, I don't think everybody was a slave though.
Once again, I'm gonna tell you again. Do you know those people that we call Indians, right? Do you know why those people live on reservations?
Because they sold. Well, they contributed to the political process of slavery, and they got something for it.
That's indentured service. That's why I said yes. But remember, I sent you a map, and I told you to look in the right-hand corner and watch the time. As the time move along on that map, it shows you what year and what day, what month they bought whatever state. When they came here and colonized our people, it may not sound right to you because our schools didn't teach us. We got to learn from the outside people about this, right? When they came here, our people was already here. And at that time, they were called indigenous people, right? And after they enslaved us, right?
Natives.
They began to call us, after they freed us, we was called the freedmen because they had freed us, right? And then they went on with with the colored, the Negro, the mulatto, and all those other names. I think I sent you that too.
Yeah, that's too many names.
Right. But now, have you ever thought about why did they change our name so many times?
Well,
have you thought about that?
Even, you know, we prioritizing us at the moment.
No. I ain't talking now. I sent you a list of every name they've ever called us.
I know, I got it, but I was, let me finish. Can I finish right
I'm
quick?
sorry. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Even we prioritizing us as a people right now, but it's all ethnicities. White people ain't white neither.
I get that, but
Hispanic.
that ain't what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Please educate me, Diane. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Why do you think we went from indigenous to freedmen to Negro to colored to mulatto to black to African American? Why do you think we went through so many name changes?
So we could never know who we was, and we could never obtain what was rightfully ours.
And I repeat to you again, this land belongs to the black people. They know who we are. We are native to this land, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're native to this land. They don't want you to know that. Okay, so if you look back over time, right? If you go back in time, they thinking from that point, right? So they wasn't looking for us to be alive. They wasn't looking for us to I won't say mutate, but not mutate, but I mean they wasn't looking for what am I trying to say? They wasn't looking for us to be at the point that we're at in life right now. And what I mean by that is what am I trying to say? Okay, so if we don't understand that the land belongs to us and it was our people, the reason why they want you to think you're African, come from Africa, is because you have no ties to the land.
I know you have, but I want to ask you a question, and we have had a few callers. I ain't trying to get you off the phone, Diane. I would like for you to call back in when it's a slower point in, but I want you to land your plane. But I got a question for you before you land your plane.
Okay.
Did they steal the land or did they take the land? And continue on.
The land still belongs to us, right? I'm gonna land my plane with this. The land still belongs to us, but because our ancestors I used to think our ancestors could not read and did not understand. That's a lie. They wanted us to think that. It's in the writing. Everything we need to know is in the papers. And our black leaders know it's true, but they allow some of them to move up in positions like the Clarence Thomas and the people like that. But they got to sign those. I call them NDAs. I don't know what they really are. I call them NDAs. They cannot tell you, but they know. And if you saw what I saw today, that's why black people are fighting back so hard now, because they can't say this, but they're saying, no, fuck you, white man. This land really belongs to us, right?
Is it the white man or is it the government? Educate me, please, Diane.
Well, I just said white man because they took listen, in order for this train to work, they have to have so many white people in so many positions, right? Mm-hmm. What they do to us would not work if they had black people, all these black judges in control. Listen, we got some very powerful black people. Do you ever see them on TV? I know they're there. You don't know it. You know why? Because you don't see them on TV. If the TV don't tell you that they're not there, if the TV don't show it to you, you don't think they're there.
You got a point there, Diane. I highly appreciate you. I'm thankful for your conversation.
Okay.
Please call back in. I'm gonna answer a few more calls, and
I will.
And we're gonna get, if you still up, because I'm be going for another 2 hours. Thank you.
I will.
Thank you. Hey, let me give Diane a round of applause. I gotta call the good doctor, man. Right back. He called into the show. I gotta call the good doctor back. But before I do that, let me give Diane a round of applause.
Yes.
I'm very appreciative to hear your voice, my brother. If you're watching the show, what is of your interest that's being said today?
How are you doing tonight?
I'm blessed. How about yourself, man? I'm very thankful to hear your voice. And if you heard anything during the show tonight, what is of your interest that you have heard so far?
First, it's good to checking in, which I've been watching a couple of your shows. It's good to be able to rekindle what we do, right?
Most definitely, man. I'm just thankful to hear your voice. Let's make it happen now, Eric. What's
Yes,
good?
yes. So, the only thing that I want to add to the conversation, a perspective that maybe we get lost in, and sometimes we kind of get so into our points and our positions and our perspectives, even though we may lack the ability to hear a perspective. This country is so divided right now because whatever Officer Tatum attempted to do, whatever his true motives were, I don't know what those true motives were. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. But the one thing I can say from watching that particular episode is that he's attempting to do something that is very difficult to do, which is to create dialogue. I don't think that you have to like the person. I don't think that you have to necessarily agree. But the ability to peacefully transfer an idea is something that's very difficult to do in modern times right now. So I want us to just kind of think about the dialogue, the platform that, these YouTubers, these social, influencers are doing. And perhaps we can learn something from it. We don't necessarily have to agree. But I do appreciate the dialogue. It's a peaceful exchange of ideas.
I agree with you on that too, because I try to approach objectivity like that because I'm never right, Eric. I'm never right. I just give a perspective of how I think and how I view things and how I see things. And I agree with you that, even though it's a lot of things that's being said that I do disagree with that Officer Tatum is contributing to, it's still healthy that no one is being harmed. And the conversation is able to be had because nobody agrees with anyone in totality, I feel like.
No, they don't. Free speech is not free anymore. You have to be very careful about what you say, who you may offend. Just the ability to teach this, and this is what I do, just the ability to teach this information is so difficult these days because everybody, to your point, everybody's right. And if they're right, by definition, you got to be wrong.
That's
and
true.
Those things destroy dialogue. They destroy the ability to hear a different point. So I agree with you. I wanted to just kind of put that in the mix that this brother has a particular perspective. We can all debate on, is he real? Is he authentic? People are entitled to their opinion, but the one thing that we can't overlook is a peaceful exchange of ideas. We cannot overlook that.
That's true. I agree with that. And I know that you are an educator. So
yes, sir.
You value a peaceful change of ideas. And for the country to evolve, debate and dialogue has to continue on if you agree or disagree with the individual for the country to evolve as a country. But what have you heard anything in this debate that really caught your attention when you did you watch this in its entirety today?
I saw bits and pieces of it, and I've been reading the commentary, right? And I think it's really what some of the challenges I face with my own students, which is the ability to take these terms called Black conservatives versus Black liberals. Like, those are terms and concepts that are constantly evolving. I do think there's a little bit of entertainment value. Would you agree there's a little bit of entertainment value in order to get people to watch?
I think it's a lot of entertainment value in it.
Yeah. There's a little bit of entertainment value, but I will say I would stand by this particular podcast, not for me putting in my own value on it, but to your point, can we, as a group of people, can we, as whatever names we come up with, the sisters before us was telling us all the names, and she's right. She's right. We got all these names. We got all, you're black, you're colored, you're mulatto. We got all these Negro, right, Afro. Remember that? You were Afro.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever titles you want to come up with, I think it's healthy for us to have a peaceful dialogue of words so that we can reflect on our position. Say, hey, you know what? I learned something tonight. But to answer your question, I thought that the commentary was really trying to define what a, quote, liberal is, what a conservative is, but they're not hard and fast. They're like on the spectrum. And they're on the spectrum. And I think it's really, really important for people not to get caught up in those terms, but to just listen to another person's perspective and try to reflect on it. That's what I took away from it.
I agree with that wholeheartedly because I view myself as a conservative, to be honest, though, but I'm not hardline anything. I believe in balance, and it has to be a balance so you can include everybody. And I'm starting to have a conflict of interest with the terminology black and white for some reason. I'll tell you why, Eric, and I want you to tell me your thoughts. It's starting to become hard for me to want to identify with that terminology because, people will say to go the easy route and say it's a social construct, but what really is black? Like, why do I have to identify with that specifically when it's a bunch of nationalities wrapped up in it, though? Am I wrong in that thought process?
You are spot on that process because you will see, and I think the sister before, I think her name was Diane, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think Diane was alluding to this very profound thing of wisdom, which is, what do they really mean? Like what is black? And you made a good point. What is white? They're just social constructs in order to make society work. I had a group of my students watch a PBS special where a lot of there was a very prominent school in Virginia, and I think this would be very important for your audience to hear, where they actually jumped into this topic. Like they literally jumped in at a high school level, and they found out that all this thing is the skin color. If you take a quote black person, take a quote white person, look at their DNA, look at the strand of their DNA, and you will see that it's all based on person by person, which means you could have a quote black person and a white person's DNA is more similar in the way it's structured than two black people's DNA structure.
You have to send me that information and that education.
I will make sure that will be a great topic on your show. But I do believe that the young lady that called in before me, I think she's on to something very solid, which is they are social constructs in order to classify people. People like to put things in a particular order, particular class. You don't know who's black or white. You really don't.
None of to be honest with you, she asked you a question also in the comment section, but I want to say this before I tell you what her question was. In 2026, none of us are pure no more. Anything.
That is true.
The question she asked was, ask him if he thinks we are from Africa. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but you can.
I do have thoughts about that one, but I want to address something very quickly on that one, which is, what are those terms? Like, what do those terms mean? And I think people have to have a system to classify. You can take a look at people and you go to different places, which I know you travel. Mm-hmm. You don't know what people are. You don't know what people are. I go back to Brother Malcolm and when he did his Hajj, when he went to Mecca. And if you read how he changed on race, right? How he began to pray with the very group of people who he opposed, being the blonde haired, blue eyed devil as he referred to them as he was with the nation. So I think we evolved, but I will conclude on this. This kind of dialogue is beneficial for us all.
Most definitely.
It is a healthy class of conversations, because even at my level, Trevor, even when I'm dealing with my kids,
yes,
you would be surprised how difficult it is to have this kind of conversation with a free flowing of ideas.
You know, it's hard because it's sometimes like it's not of people's interest and they don't want to articulate themselves or, you know, indulge in this type of conversation. But later on down the life, they'll remember everything that you told them and they will use it in their conversation, because it has to come to a point to where you care about the root of who you are and you want to know who
Yes.
you are and stuff. And I just would like to tell the people in the chat that me and Eric got a playlist on my channel of his book titled The Divorced Man that has to be finished. It has to be finished. It's an amazing book. I know you have written more books, and
I have.
and I'm looking forward to
Hey.
reading and indulging in more conversation with you. What would you have to say in closing, Doctor?
In closing, I want to respond to two things. Then you still here?
I'm here. I'm here. We here.
Okay. I want to respond to two things. I want to respond to the question, and then I want you to talk about something. Then I'll let another caller get on.
Okay.
To Diane's question, I'll answer her question this way. When you look at the facial structure, you look at the cultural behavior. I'm going to answer it this way. When you look at the cultural behavior, the facial, the all of those things between people that we call Native American and some of the African tribes, particularly in West Africa, I'm going to ask to look at those and do a side-by-side analysis.
Yeah.
Do a side-by-side analysis. And there lies your answer, Diane. There lies your answer.
Thank you for your time.
And for you, sir.
Thank you.
For you, sir, what I would love to hear you to do, because you are a successful YouTuber, I would like for you to keep us grounded on the entertainment value of what we see. Oftentimes we kind of get lost in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love for you, because you know the behind the scenes on how these things go down.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that we don't overlook that entertainment value.
And you know, that was great. That helps me to make this, because I'm gonna continue on with this. It's still an hour and a half left of this debate, and I'm gonna keep going
Yes, sir.
tonight. But
Yes, sir.
what I feel like is that you helped me make this full by understanding that there is an entertainment value to this. And I don't want to say beyond the educational aspect of it, but underneath it, they have to have some sort of entertainment aspect of it. Thank you for your time, Doctor, man. And let's get back in touch, man. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have a great evening.
You also. Hey, man. I want to say something about the good Dr. Eric Hamilton. I'm going to give him another round of applause. Hey, that brother has contributed to this channel for at least 2 years now. He has helped me. You know, I'm writing a book myself right now, but, you know, he was the first person that I interviewed chapter by chapter about his book. Let me give him another round of applause. If y'all go to the playlist section of my YouTube channel, Dr. Eric Hamilton has a whole book. We went up to chapter 10. We got about 4 more chapters that we got to do, and it's mandatory that I get it done. He wrote a book, and he has multiple books, but this book was titled The Divorced Man, and it's very educational about what black men deal with in a divorce. It's very educational in relationships and how it impacts the man. Let me read my brother's comment, then we're going to continue on with the next debate. Africa isn't even a real name. Facts. Oh, Diane must have drunk the energy drink tonight. She on one with the with the facts. Africa was named by European powers from the people who conquered them. They always rename your land when they conquer your land. Well, you say that, Diane. I want to say something because you said that the war is over in Iran. Let me get this going first and give me about 15, 20 minutes. But you said the war is over in Iran on the last live, and they won. You said they beat the United States. If they beat the United States and did they conquer us or did they just beat us on their land? I need to be educated upon that a little bit later because if they beat us and it's already over and they just showing us previous footage, why they ain't changed the name to the United States yet? Let's get into this next debate.
How are you quantifying harm?
Okay, that's a great question. I think that we can go all the way back to the beginning if you want to in slavery. When the slave trade was proliferated, Black people enslaved each other.
Where?
In Africa. Black people enslaved other Blacks in Africa and sold them all over the world. That, to me, that's an incredible harm of Black people inflicting on other Blacks and perpetuated across the world. Then you have slavery now perpetuated in South America. You have it in the United States of America. That is initial harm. I would argue that the point in time of slavery in America as we know it, I believe that white people hurt Black people more than Black people did.
Yes.
Now we go post-slavery.
Okay.
I believe that Black people began to take the torch and destroy themselves or destroy other Blacks more than any other group in America.
Okay, so let's start post-slavery. I'm gonna ignore the thing about Black people selling Black people.
Is
in
that not
Africa.
true?
Well, do you know how many Black people were sold as slaves to each other in Africa?
Well, millions were sold in the slave trade around the world.
Are you talking about the transatlantic slave trade or before the transatlantic trade?
Transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, yeah, but that was by white people again.
What you mean it was by white people? I'm saying that Black people enslaved other Blacks and sold them to white people. I think
they
that
were
was
primarily
was that not
kidnapped
true?
by the Portuguese.
There was not
The main-
primary
yes,
kidnapping.
the
It was an
main
actual
method.
legal slave trade that existed.
Yes, I
and
mean-
millions of transactions between
The
Africans.
legal slave trade that existed before the transatlantic slave trade was mainly based on when a tribe conquered another tribe, they were prisoners
Still
of
enslaved.
war, which is still enslaved, but it's different from the transatlantic slave trade when we're talking about Black people hurting Black people versus white people hurting Black people, right? But I wanted to go focus on your claim about
Post-slavery.
Post-slavery, yes. So the primary, I guess, what do you think Black people were doing post-slavery?
Well, you know, I think there's a period of time where there was an explosion of Black excellence.
Yes, Reconstruction.
After slavery was abolished.
Right.
You know, we have Black people fighting in the military, Black people owning their own companies,
Yes.
building wealth. We have Black Wall Street.
Okay.
We have, you go on, so on and so forth.
Right.
And I believe that as Black people begin to support Marxist theology, Martin Luther King and others put us in a path
Okay.
where
Let's
we
pause.
rely on the government more than our own resilience.
Okay.
And you cannot tell me that that's not true.
So let's pause because we
Okay.
just
Now, this rely on the government conversation is important because, you know, the biggest dependent of the government is Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. You know, why is it, even though I like to prioritize us as a whole and want to see us unify and get it on our own, why is it a bad thing when Black people are dependent upon the government, when we depend upon the government the least amount than any other ethnicity in this country? Everybody else depends upon the government also, but why is it bad when we do it? Educate me.
skipped like a good 30 years of history. We just skipped like 3 decades
I'm giving
of
you a
history.
summation from the 30s to the 60s.
Okay, yeah. So we did Reconstruction, and Reconstruction was ended, right? Because the South took back. At the time, we had Northerners in the South who were running the South so that the Union could stay together. Once the North left the South, Reconstruction ends, and that's when we see Black people start to decline. It wasn't Karl Marx. Karl Marx didn't come in and
I said
say,
Marxist theology. I didn't say
But
Karl Marx.
It wasn't Marxist theology. I mean, we're just ignoring the history of sharecropping. That's ignoring the history of Jim Crow, right? You think that Karl Marx was worse for the Black community than Jim Crow segregation?
Let me argue this point. Capitalism has rescued and made successful so many people of different backgrounds and demographics. That's why America is so great. What I'm saying is that
Let's stop. He said capitalism has helped and evolved so many people, and that's why America is so great. I'm going to pose a question to y'all. Do y'all think capitalism has helped more people or hurt more people? Because to me, when I think about the capitalist aspect, it makes a lot of people rich. It gives you the perception that you have this opportunity, but a majority is living with uncertainty. To be honest with you, I just need to be educated. I just want to have conversation with the people.
Black people being resilient, operating through capitalism, and believing in themselves and being self-sustainable was the best path for blacks, and they were successful in that. When they begin to rely on the government, begin to rely on handouts, begin to listen to foolish things that people like Martin Luther King said, it caused us to be more dependent on the government, less dependent on ourselves, and now you see decline in multifaceted areas.
Okay,
consistent. Let me
hold
say,
on. But
I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that when you look at other groups, minority groups, they did not fall for that. You look at the Jewish population, look at immigrants that came over here, they were self-sustainable, they worked within their community, they built wealth, generational wealth amongst each other. They did not farm out their existence to the government.
Can I speak now, please? Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So the other immigrant groups that you're talking about, first of all, were not subject to Jim Crow segregation laws. But do you, I just want you to answer,
Jews were subject
I
to
just want
Jim
you
Crow
to
laws.
answer this question, yes or no. Do you think that Karl Marx hurt the black community and his ideology hurt the black community more than Jim Crow segregation?
I have to think that through. Jim Crow segregation.
What is there to think about?
Because you're
By the way,
acting.
Karl Marx is white, so
listen,
that would still be a white person in the black community. Just saying.
But then Martin Luther King embraced his theology.
Okay, but so,
which is a black man leading the black community off a cliff. Now let me just say this.
So you think
I'm
that- wait,
saying
so
that
Karl,
every black
then let
person
me
was
ask
not
you that
subject.
question.
Every black person was not subject to Jim Crow laws. Every black person did not live in the South. There was a lot of successful black people during that time period. I mean, I'm gonna give you an example.
The Harlem Renaissance, of course.
I'm gonna give you an
We have
example of black people
Northerners.
who were incredibly successful through what? Capitalism. We see Madam C.J. Walker, the first female millionaire out of any race, very successful in the late 1900s, late 1800s,
Okay,
early
but that's
1900s.
one
That's
person.
not just one.
That is
we have
one
we have a
person.
tremendous amount of success.
My friend, it feels
George
like you're
Washington
forgetting-
Carver. We have.
I'd let you talk for a long time.
okay.
I would like my turn to speak.
Well,
I feel like
okay.
we're completely jumping over history. We go from slavery to Martin Luther King, then all the way back. We ignore the history of sharecropping, right? We've completely glossed over sharecropping. We've completely glossed over Jim Crow laws and how much wealth was stolen from the black community. We've completely glossed over the Tulsa race riots. And when black people did succeed under capitalism, those communities were destroyed. We've completely glossed over eminent domain and how much of the black community was taken, like literal black.
Let's talk about.
Like what about Seneca Village?
Let's talk
Like, what
about
any
Black
of these
Wall Street.
communities?
Let's talk about Black Wall Street. Are we on the same page of what happened in the Tulsa riots?
Well,
Tulsa race war?
It depends. What do you think happened?
Well, I know what happened. There was a conflict between black and white people. There was a fight between the two. White people got the best of black people in Tulsa.
Then no,
why-
we are not on the same page.
Well,
no.
let me finish. Let me finish, and you tell me where I'm wrong. In that fight, there was a lot of black businesses destroyed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They rebuilt, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years later, and they begin to continue to succeed. Is that not factual?
No.
What's the truth? What happened then?
I mean, the truth is that a community of successful black people who were succeeding under capitalism were directly targeted because
They were not
of
directly
that
targeted. It was a
success.
conflict.
Yes.
It was a conflict between
No.
a black man, I believe it was a black man.
It started
and
when a
white.
black man was accused of lynching,
No,
or not
it
lynching,
was
was
not
accused
lynching.
of raping a woman. And then because of that, there was this
The
anger and a
inappropriate behavior
mob started.
inappropriate behavior with a woman. There was a conflict that occurred. The first shots rang out from black people, shooting and killing several white people. And
So
then,
how many black people were killed in total?
Oh, I don't know how many black people were killed in total. I just know black people fired
Well,
the
I
first
do.
shot.
Can I tell you?
Well,
It was
okay.
300.
How many
and
white
that's
people were killed?
like a low
How many white
estimate.
people were killed?
They not as many because it was a riot
Because
against
what
the
happened
black
was
community.
white people came up into Tulsa, Oklahoma. It became a
Can I ask
violent
you a question?
confrontation, and white people overran the black people in that
Can
confrontation.
I ask you? Because it kind of feels like you're defending the race rioters.
I'm
a
not
little bit.
defending any race rights. I'm saying
It
it's
does.
a conflict that happened.
Can
You're
you
saying that
acknowledge
it's
that this
targeted.
is one example
You're
in which white
saying-
people hurt black people
No,
unjustly?
you're saying.
Can you just say this is one?
What you're trying to say is that black people are doing their own thing, and a bunch of white people just came up and destroyed all their property just because.
Yes!
That wasn't what happened.
That
It was a
wasn't what-
conflict.
So,
It was a
okay.
conflict that occurred that caused that to happen.
But you know the KKK existed, right?
They did.
Yes.
In
White
the
supremacy.
South.
You know, I hate to say it, but he is right on this aspect. He is right. I hate to say it. He right. It wasn't a coup. You know, I think what she is trying to compare what Black Wall Street was, and I got the books behind me to pull them up. You know, she's thinking about the Wilmington massacre. I think so. That was where the coup happened, where the government got involved. The Black Wall Street, I hate to say it, it was a race war where the white people got the best of the black people in that community, and they tore that community down. But, you know, what he ain't saying specifically also to me is that, was there any consequences to that crime? Did anybody go to jail? Did anybody have to pay back what was destroyed? They might have got the best of them in a fight, but isn't there laws of the land? And if you are a Christian, you should obey the laws of the land. Am I wrong in that aspect? Let me let them keep going.
Supremacy exists, and that was in
In
the
the
South. Where's
South.
Oklahoma?
I didn't say that white supremacy don't exist. We're not arguing that.
Yes, that was the point, though.
I'm not arguing that the Ku Klux Klan didn't have a negative effect in the black community. We're not arguing that.
But that's what we are arguing. The whole point of this prompt is that black people hurt the black community more than white people.
So,
and these are some examples of white people hurting the black community. And every
Let's-
time I give you one, you say no.
Let's give
that didn't
an
happen.
example of some things that are ailments in the black community that I think that we can agree on.
Okay.
The single parent household situation with
Right.
young black men born out of, young black men born and women are born to parents who are not married.
Okay, guys, please don't raise the flags on me. I have to make one point, and then I'll get up, okay? So, to the single parent house, I think that's a great example, right? Because I think we can all agree we want black families to stay together. What is the leading cause of the separation of black families?
I think it's a degradation of values in the black community.
Would you say that the criminalization, black men disproportionately going to jail more, has an effect on the
And-
separation of the black house?
I would agree to that, but I would
Yes.
also say that is because of the choices and decisions that these young black men are making.
Perfect, thank you. I was hoping you would say that. So,
Is that not true? You don't go to
well,
jail.
hold on,
you
hold
go
on,
to
hold
jail
on,
for
pause.
selling drugs.
Okay, you go to
okay?
jail for selling drugs. Can I read you a quote from Nixon's domestic policy chief, John Ehrlichman? This is at the start of the war on drugs, which we know is what led to a lot of mass incarceration of the black community, a significant increase in black men imprisoned and incarcerated for drug possession and selling. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the Vietnam War or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities.
I'm not familiar with that quote,
Oh, really?
but
Shocking.
I can go and read it later, but that's still
You
not
should
getting,
really
it's
read it
not-
later.
That's not getting to the point of saying that people are incarcerated because decisions that they make to commit crimes. Is that not true?
Well, yes, that's
The
how
reason that none
criminal
of us,
justice-
the reason that
do
none
you
of us,
want to
is-
respond to
the reason
what
that
he
none
just
of us,
said?
the reason that none of us are selling.
ATL, I'm gonna call you right back after they give her the flag. ATL 404. I'm gonna call you right back. If you tapped into the show, I'm gonna call you right back after this segment.
Dope. Why? Because we don't want to go to prison. We value our lives. If you are going to sell drugs and you're going to kill people and you're going to commit robbery, you're going to go to jail.
Yes,
you
yes.
can't blame all of that on the war on crime or whatever the case
But the
may be.
war on crime was specifically to get
No,
black men to go to jail.
It is nothing wrong.
They literally
It is
admitted
nothing wrong with imposing laws that help our community. You act
How
like,
does that help
let me,
our
Let me
community?
explain. You act like it's a good thing for black people to be selling drugs in our community. It is not. So when you go to jail for selling drugs, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of anybody that's rational, that is a benefit to the black community
Diva,
by
in
getting
this quote, he
drug dealers,
literally says-
criminals off the street. And our communities to be able to thrive, our property value to be able to go up. These people need to go to jail.
Dude,
That's not a negative.
Okay, I hear you, thank you. But literally, the domestic policy chief is saying we could disrupt those communities. He is openly
You-
admitting.
you're
No, no,
saying
no, no. I let you
disrupt-
talk a lot. I need you to let
I
me
need you to
speak.
clarify
No,
this.
no, no.
Disrupt his communities in what way? What is he saying? Disrupt the communities.
By
what
heavily
is the end goal?
criminalizing
To what go? To what end?
to hurt black people.
So
All
it
right,
hurt-
so
it hurt- it hurt-
You tapped into Trevor Jackson TV 404. What's popping?
What's going on, Trevor? This LS.
LS, what's good with you, my brother, man? Or what's your take on anything that you've seen from the show so far, or this debate from Officer Tatum and the people on Jubilee?
Bro, this the worst. Hey, I'm glad to catch a content though, man. This my introduction to you.
Man, I appreciate it, man. Make sure you tap in. I would like to grow my audience and have an objective perspective and make sure that everybody got a voice, no matter if we agree or disagree with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I already subscribed. I appreciate you, going terrestrial with the telephone number, old school, like this the radio.
Hey, you know what, man? People on YouTube, I'm gonna tell you my thought process about this. Folks be on streaming services and stuff, and they be comfortable not having nobody to converse back with, to disagree with them on. So, I allow the platform to be open so people can disagree, give their thought process, and I value it. So what have you seen so far from this, this conversation that you agree with or you disagree with, my brother?
And I'm coming in with preconceived notions, but man, Tatum the worst, bro. Tatum is the worst. I mean, we see why it's not Detective Tatum.
Yeah, he didn't make it that far. He was just patrolling folk with, you know what I'm saying?
Writing traffic tickets.
Yeah.
But hey, Trevor, he couldn't get out that uniform.
Most definitely. So he had to get on the mic like my whole ass, didn't he?
Oh man.
Hey.
And then just look. This might be a little wide ranging, but I'm gonna go there. He got heat for Nolan Wells' family. His parents.
Get on that. Pause before I even say it, but get on that, fam. Educators.
But he ain't got no heat for Eric Kirk. He just eating everything on that side.
Yeah.
And look, I ain't saying I'm a fan of Crump or Tatum.
Most definitely.
I'm not. I think, bruh, if they had a conversation, I think the collective mindset and IQ of black people would diminish. The conversation, because bro, they are.
Who need to be in the conversation that you talking about? You talking about Crump, Tatum, Al Sharpton, and all them sitting together?
Oh man, bro. I mean, it leaves me at a loss of words. What would happen? I think. Go ahead.
How old are you, family? If I can ask you.
5'3".
Okay, so you up to speed. You a couple of years older than me. I'm 46. So you've seen folks like this before, or you can see past the foolishness of these individuals that is on these platforms talking like this or whatever. Do you think that any of these people are looking out for the best interests of black people?
Absolutely not. I think it's a facade, and it hurt me to say that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because it shouldn't be that. I heard another YouTube compare Crump to Johnny Cochran. Ain't no way, bro.
It's a big difference to how they practice in law. I think that a person who does that doesn't understand how they are practicing law. You know, Cochran was practicing criminal law. You got a lot of noise in the background, fam. Handle that for me, please. But you know, Cochran was practicing criminal law, and Ben Crump is practicing civil law for people to get the bag. So at the end of the day, it's a complete difference. What you think about lawyers? Do you think we need more lawyers in the black community, fam?
I don't think society needs more lawyers, period. Lawyers are ambulance chasers by and large. I mean, some of them do some good work, but and I say that mainly because a lot of politicians are lawyers. And what real good do we get out of them? They're just like Tatum. And they are beholden to the same group of people.
So you saying so you basically saying lawyers don't practice with morals and integrity. They all about the capitalist mind frame. They trying to get a bag.
9 times out of 10. And we all out here trying to get a bag, but the way they do it hurts society largely.
Educate me, please.
I mean, like I said, a lot of politicians are lawyers. Mm-hmm. They make side deals. I mean, Trump might be the only one that's not a lawyer that became president. He's not. But at the same time, they make side deals. They care. They could give 2 else less about how it affects people out here. I mean, you can look at the data center build out in America. Politicians getting bought out left and right, using eminent domain and making us, the people, pay for a data center 4 and 5 times when you think about
you cooking
your bills. You know, your water bill, your electric bill. Then they want to use eminent domain. They're getting tax breaks and subsidies. Then, if you're familiar with what a data center is, it's pretty much an apartment.
I'm in Charlotte, fam. I'm in Charlotte. You know, this is the second biggest hub for data centers right now, and I did my research on it.
Okay. Yeah, so you see what it is. Those are buildings that house equipment for companies to be able to host web services. Well, those companies pay the people who own data centers, the same ones who getting the subsidies. I mean, how many times can you get paid off of one spot? And then we as the people, our power bill gets increased. How?
And while our bill get increased, while it's killing us at the same time.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
And they use eminent domain to just come in and take property. And the craziest thing about that is how long we as black people been talking about eminent domain and how they come in and just put a major highway right through the center of your neighborhood to create, you know, what we have now is the interstate system.
Mm-hmm.
But now that it's affecting the other community, now they like, now
you know what though, since we know about eminent domain though, you know, because I'm a licensed realtor my damn self, family. I went and got real estate license back in 2018. Why don't we, you know we don't own anything, so why don't we use that to our advantage and prioritize profiting off of that shit? Because at the end of the day, we got to just make some paper so we can get ourselves ahead and be of service to our people. Because to me, we don't own shit. They can come and take private property for public use at anybody's home. It don't matter if you got a $10-50 million home or whatever though. So we got to start to me, I feel like we got to start prioritizing profitability instead of ownership.
I mean, I get that, but they are coming at properties not only just in city limits, they coming at the countryside too. The place where, you know, most people, if they want to get out of the city, they go to the rural areas. Well, now they want to build these data centers, they are building them in rural areas.
Hey,
I mean,
how can we change that law? Do you have an idea that we could change the eminent domain law, or is that something that's going to be permanent?
okay, so there was a fight a long time ago about tar and feathers. I know you know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I think that's the only way to change, because they not listening. They're not listening. And some people, do they change their mind? Sure. Like here in Georgia, one of the state senators got involved in somebody's fight with eminent domain, so it turned out well for them when it came to a data center. But I can show you a whole west side where that don't matter.
Yeah.
And of course, they don't look like us, so they got a level of protection from the government or this individual that isn't always shared with us. But then those that look like us get in these positions, and then they decide not to do for those that look like them.
Because the bag is involved. People lose all their morals and integrity once that bag get involved.
True, absolutely. And that's why you got, Al Sharpton walking around in red peacoats.
You see,
now the blue one.
You see, he left Nolan Wells and they family hanging in the dry. Once that bag didn't show up, I ain't seen him on that screen with Ben Crump in the last 2-3 weeks because that bag stopped coming.
Which lets you know where his heart is. The word tells us what.
Mm-hmm.
The love of money is the root of all. The love of money is the root. Filthy lucre.
Most definitely.
And some people are willing to do anything for it.
That's true because I understand it, but it couldn't be me. But the reason people do that is because people don't like living with uncertainty. To be uncertainty. Hey, that shit is crazy, man. It causes diseases, it causes anxiety, causes health issues, it causes high blood pressure and diabetes. It causes folks to commit crimes and murders and all type of stuff. Living with uncertainty. I understand it, but it couldn't be me though. That's all I wanted to say, fam.
I feel, but to get back to Tatum, have you seen his interview of Bibi Netanyahu?
I haven't seen it in its entirety, but I seen it, and I talked about it on her because he was crying when Charlie Kirk died.
Yes,
but you
don't get your big back.
But you interview his op though.
Yeah. I mean, but he is he's a Hasbars. He says he doesn't get paid by them, but you and I know both there are ways to circumvent paying someone directly.
Most
definitely. And he speaks as if, people don't understand that, whether or not they know the intricacies of his particular situation doesn't make that not a fact that it does happen. And I mean, in that interview, you see what he is now. Completely. That's why I said
he's evolved since that interview.
Well, I would say devolved, but he wasn't
in the real world. In the real world, he devolved. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying in this meta.
Yeah. They're giving him big ups. It would not surprise me. I have no proof of this. This is alleged. This is an opinion.
Most definitely. Everything is an assumption. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it would not surprise me in the least if some of the information he got about the situation in Mississippi came from his, I'm using air quotes, his connections to that government over there.
Most definitely. Land your plane, family. I appreciate you tapping into the channel, subscribing to the channel. I'm thankful for your presence, man. Every time I go live, I would like to hear your voice, but land your plane on your thoughts of this situation and this debate, and I'm going to continue on, fam.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse because evidently Tatum is going to keep talking. But you know, the best thing about him talking, if you were as painful as it is to actually listen to him, he tells on himself.
Most definitely.
Constantly. It's what's the saying? If you listen to someone long enough, they'll tell you exactly who they are.
Most definitely.
So that's why I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna be back. How often you go live? It's every Sunday. It's up and down. How you doing it?
You know, most of the time it's on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. But you know, I appreciate you, fam. You know, I do uploads too throughout the week, but every Saturday and Sunday. If you know, this ain't just my podcast or live number. This is my personal number. So if you want to discuss some topics or some things of your interest, you know, I treat my platform like the people's platform. You know, hit me up with whatever topic you want to discuss, and we'll pull it up on the screen and we'll get to it.
That's what's up. I'm gonna lock you in, Trevor, and I'll shoot you a text, and we'll go from there.
Let's do it, family. Have a blessed night.
All right, you do the same.
Yes, sir. Salute the 404 ATL tapping into the show, man. I probably got one or two more of these debates. Nah, it's just 12:30, man. Let's keep it moving, man. But let me give that brother a round of applause. Next debate. Let's go.
Black people to get criminals off the street.
Officer Tatum,
No,
we
he's
have to pause here. You
intentionally
guys have gone
disrupting the black
over.
community.
So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My final surrounded claim is that systemic racism is used as an excuse to avoid personal responsibility.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, how are
Nice
you?
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What do you mean by systemic? Are you talking about like sociology within our society, or do you mean within the structure of our government?
I'm thinking that people would argue, because I don't feel systemic racism a part of my life, but I'm thinking that systems or laws
That are put in place to
or even that are implemented or acted upon
to bring down black people.
is alleged to bring down black people.
You would say DEI was a hindrance to us, because that's a lot of what
You're saying
Republicans like to argue.
Is DEI
They
a
like
part
to-
of systemic racism?
That's because that's what a lot of them will believe.
DEI, in my opinion, was the overcorrection of injustices that has happened to black people, which caused, I think, more harm to black people than good.
So systematic racism does exist.
I think in part, systematic racism and
Okay,
racism
so-
in America does exist.
Okay, thank you. You literally
I don't
just
think, but
confirmed.
my point is that I don't think that it rises to the degree that it affects black people where they cannot be successful in America and they cannot have the same opportunities as others do in America. I don't think I don't think it's a primary causation of black people or the things that are ailments in the black community that
So-
cause the numbers of blacks and marker points to go down and be degenerate.
So I like to think that when we put in red line districting, when we put all that stuff in, we saw that our schools were greatly affected by that. We saw that the systems within the schools were greatly affected in the way that some were more white schools, and a lot of white districting, predominantly white districting, were way more economically benefited by the community around them than the black community, who could not afford to grow any kind of economic revenue for themselves within the education system. We weren't able to get certain soccer fields. We weren't able to get different auditoriums for acting and stuff like that. You know, when you're not able to have those kind of like things in your school, how do you expect people to not want to go to the streets? How do you expect them to invest in things that they cannot afford within their system?
Well, let me give you a perspective here. Not all black people are poor, right?
Well,
Not all
yeah, it's a
I know you're
diaspora.
not saying that, but I'm saying it's a lot of diversity within. So I grew up in a black neighborhood, right? All black people. Within the black neighborhood, there are those who succeed and those who do not succeed. There are those who go on and get a good education, even at the same school that I went to. There's some that do well and some that do not do well. In my opinion, that's a perfect example of how I don't think systemic racism has much to do with the success of Black people. It's personal decision making. Some of it does have something to do with
I
parents.
feel like you can do good, you can excel, you can be great, and I really do believe that there is a part of your person, you're part of your personality. But I'm saying that there is obviously, you can see that there are less Black people that are able to graduate than white people. There are way
But I
more
don't think
white
that
people
has
that are
anything to
able
do with
graduate.
systemic racism.
No,
I
you
think it
don't.
has
You don't think
everything to
that
do
that
with
has
personal
anything.
responsibility.
You
I
don't
didn't say
think that has
anything.
anything to do with
I
them
didn't say-
not being
I
able
didn't
to
say-
afford
I
to
didn't say
continue going to
anything.
school because of the systems that were put in place?
I
Okay,
didn't
I have
say
to
that
pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like to be the next debater to the chair, get there in 3, 2, 1.
You know, I like the comment that's on the screen. Tatum does as he's told, period. It's just that simple. And I think that this Jubilee conversation, like my boy Eric Hamilton said, that it's entertainment. It's also dialogue that isn't violent. You know, people can agree and people can disagree, but this is an exposure of who he is. And he has been exposing himself even with the Nolan Wells commentary and interviews that he has been doing, that he is just doing as he's told, period. Effortlessly. He could care less. He doesn't even identify with us as a people. But, you know, I ain't got no malice intent to speak towards him. He just exposed himself. I could care less. You know, I know who you are now. I don't have to react in a way of exposing people and stuff like that. You just lame as hell, big dog. Real talk. And you know it when you look in the mirror. Let me let this brother speak because he was passionate the first time.
What's up?
All right, I just want to.
Can I lay the foundation of this real quick?
I was just
for like
about
2
to have
seconds.
you do that.
So
Thank you.
what I want to say is, and I want us to be very clear about this, and I'm hoping that we all can at least come to a common knowledge of this. I do not believe that there's no such thing as racism in America. There's racism in America. There's systems that disproportionately affect Black people in a negative way. But what I'm saying is that I don't even think it's close to a primary reason why Black people see success or do not seek success in America. So I think it's a very minor thing that occurs in society. Everybody has their own engagement with disparity in this country. Some believe it's discrimination. You have privileges of being better looking. You have privileges of being athletic. You have privileges of having parents. All of those things are contributing factors that everybody engage in. Yeah. Racism does exist in part. Systemic things that cause Black people to be behind the curve in part does exist,
Sure.
but it's
So
not
let me
a
get to a
significant
couple
reason
of,
why Black people succeed or not.
clarification questions. First and foremost, why are you saying systemic racism instead of just racism?
Well, you got to qualify it. I mean, I don't, systemic means a continuation of racial practices. So you're saying from this point till now, that's why you would say systemic.
You believe in interpersonal racism? Can Black people be racist?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're just wrong. And
How am I wrong?
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Come on.
The reason why I asked about like why you brought it down to systemic is because it's a whole. Racism is a whole. It's an entire system, right? So when you talk about Black people being racist, you have to understand the ability to actually flip the power structure and use the premise of race and racism for your benefit. Question: who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was a Portuguese man by the name of Gomez Inês de Zurara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you
It's a
believe race
social
exists?
construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it?
Yes. It's literally
Black people
documented.
also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. The social construct is not really
Wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
in creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not. Agree
It's
to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care if you
I don't
agree
agree
or
to
not.
that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the point
accept
being,
that.
the point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise black people specifically. It's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
but I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise black people.
It literally was.
Race is never, slavery was never about race. It was about cheap available labor.
Chattel slavery was about race.
Slavery, as
chattel
we know
slavery was about race. I'm not saying slavery.
The perpetuation of race, or the perpetuation of slavery, was not instigated by race.
Why do you keep just saying slavery instead of chattel slavery? Acknowledge the thing that I'm saying.
Well, I don't really.
Do you know what the difference is between just slavery and chattel slavery?
I don't see that being a major point to the conversation that we're having right now.
You don't think chattel slavery is a major point?
To the conversation we're having right now, I don't think that there needs to be a delineation.
It literally is.
Gomez Inez Days of Rara said, I got you.
Gomez Inez Days of Rara said that these people were hypersexual, animalistic, they were the lower hemisphere, and they needed to be civilized. And they could civilize them vis-a-vis chattel slavery. Now, that rolls forward to where we are today.
How?
There's a whole bunch of stuff that you missed, but I'm going to skip forward.
What policies are in place?
Right now. I'm getting there right now.
That back up your claim.
The systems that black people exist in today that continue to disenfranchise us: medical racism, educational racism, financial racism.
Explain that.
I got you. Do you know?
I don't agree with you.
Do you know the black maternal mortality rate in the United States of America?
I don't know it, but I do know this: that black people have a disproportionate effect in that area.
Yeah, it's 50.3 versus the white.
But that's not necessarily discrimination and disparities are different. That's not necessarily meaning that somehow the medical system is intentionally discriminating.
It's literally medical racism. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. 14.5 when it comes to the white maternity mortality rate. Do you know what the infant mortality rate is?
I do not know that offhand.
Yeah, the infant mortality rate is 10.8 versus white 4.5. There was a study that was completed that showed that when it comes to white babies, no matter who they're treated by, whatever race their doctors is, whoever they're treated by, they have the same possibility to life versus anyone else. Black babies, literally, the survival rate for black babies drop unless it's a black doctor taking care of the baby. Everyone else, the baby out of the womb, the black baby has less of a possibility to life. It's literally studied and documented.
Let me give you a perspective, because just because there's a statistical data point, you gotta work through the data points, because what you're saying is that every white doctor is racist against black people. That's what you're implicating.
I'm telling you that's medical racism.
So are you saying that when you go to the hospital, doctors are intentionally being racist against black people?
I'm saying that doctors are taught through pseudoscience. Question for you: have you ever heard of the myth that black people have thick skin?
I never heard of that.
It's literally a medical practice.
I've never heard of that.
It's something that's
I've never heard
derived.
of it.
It's something that's derived from chattel slavery. It said black people have less nerve endings and thicker skin. And what
Where
they
is
said,
that taught at?
Oh, in medical school, literally.
Let's read the fact check. You know, that brother is cooking to me. He done put me on mute. The fact check says, research shows that black patients have often received less adequate pain treatment than white patients. A 2016 University of Virginia study found out that about half of 222 white medical students and residents endorsed at least one false belief about biological race differences, including myths that black people have thicker skin or less sensitive nerve endings. Let's go.
That black people have thicker skin.
I'll give you an example.
Now, let me give you a direct example. So when you go to the hospital today, they're going to treat you differently because you somehow have thicker skin.
Yes.
What medical practice is in place right now that treats you differently?
They're literally giving less pain medication to black people because they think black people lie about their pain levels because they have less nerve endings. This is literally documented.
So you're saying every doctor is filled with racism, and so when a black person goes to the hospital, they won't treat them fairly. They are incapable of treating black people fairly because they're black.
What I'm telling you is this is something that has been taught.
No, it's not. It's correlation and causation of two different things.
Can I give you direct information?
You're saying
there's literally studies. You think it's a correlation causation, but there's studies on this.
What about comorbidities? What about the health of the mother when she goes to the hospital?
You're not engaging
black people
in the premise just because you don't know the information.
No. This is what you're saying.
Can I finish my point about the whole medical racism with the nerve endings? The thicker skin?
Go ahead, man.
Sure. this was something that is derived from chattel slavery. They literally use this as an excuse. They said you can beat your black slaves because they feel less pain and they recover quickly. And so they use this as a pseudoscience to say that this still happens today. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Are black doctors taught the same
Yes.
thing? Are black
you
people?
keep cutting me
All
off.
right, no,
It's taught that, yes, it's
we
a
got to go
system.
point by point. You're saying the system
All right,
is taught
I do
to
have
anybody
to
in
pause
medicine.
it here. I have to pause it here. You have been voted out by the majority. I wanted to finish Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, hey.
3, 2, 1.
All right. So you're talking about 2026, right? Okay, cool. You want to say that these systems no longer exist in the way that they have before, but kind of going off of some of the other claims, there's a resulting effect that comes from the decades and decades and generations.
Hold up. That comment just caught my attention. Hold up. TS Crew 1. You can't work in healthcare. We don't have to know your name. I won't mention where you calling from. I know firsthand about this topic. TS, you've been here for at least 2 hours, hour and 20 minutes. Educate us, please. I'm going to play this clip. The number is at the bottom of the screen. I would love to hear your perspective of that health aspect. You know, this is, we need to prioritize health. I want to know also, TS Crew, what you know about black people needing to eat based upon blood type. A lot of people don't want to hear me when I start talking about that because, I've been vegan because of my blood type. I can't consume meat because I can't digest it. But I would love for you to inform all people on some sort of health aspect and that conversation that was mentioned earlier. But let me play this debate. And if you want to call in, I would appreciate it, man. I think the family would appreciate it also. Real talk. Health is, something that we should prioritize in this country because we've adopted a diet that isn't our natural diet. Just my opinion.
And generations that have not received like fairness and equity. So when you say personal responsibility, even what you said, like I come from a neighborhood where some people make it, some people don't. It's not that. Like you have a low floor and a high ceiling, right? For white people, their floor is a little bit higher because they start off with a little bit more. Their families come from a little bit more. They might have better choices as opposed to better outcomes. And I think that if you don't apply that sense of logic into the decision making of what you're saying, it's like you're kind of victim shaming people who already had one foot kind of like in a trap. And they're trying to run this race, but there's like barriers that's holding them back that have been there for decades.
Yeah, let me explain. I love what you said, and I think we agree on a lot of what you said.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there isn't disparity.
Right.
There's clearly disparity. You would have to be a fool to say that there's not disparity in law enforcement. There's not disparity in what we've seen with the negative effects of redlining, which we could go into that. You can't, it's not that there's not disparities. What I'm saying is that these disparities that exist, I don't believe that they're rooted in systemic racism, and I don't think that we can't overcome them and become better. I don't believe that because, and then also some of these disparities, we have a lot of responsibility in changing these disparities.
Right.
Like we talk about a person's credit history. Like that's a personal responsibility thing. We talk about our young brothers getting locked up in prison, the things that we are doing and how we're teaching our young people, the music that we listen to, all of those things are contributing factors that keep us here when white people are here on average.
Gotcha.
I don't think that there's a system in place that's really holding us back beyond what we've done to ourselves. That's what my claim is.
And I'm willing to say, like, as somebody who come from a neighborhood that not necessarily a lot of people went the college route, like I got a master's degree and everything like that, I'm reinvesting in my community and helping people out. But I do think that there's a piece of that you said, like, all of this, blah, 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 and then you said, but. And I think when you say that without like an and, like it misses the mark of having humanity for people who might not, again, like choices are choices. And if I grew up in a neighborhood where I didn't have like books at a young age. I didn't have after school programs. My family couldn't afford a tutor. I couldn't get good lunch. So I'm eating the shit that you know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like,
so let's keep that point. I agree with you 100% because I wasn't always Brandon Tatum, making the money I make and all that other stuff, man. I grew up in a very balanced perspective.
Sure.
And I understand some people don't start from the same place. When your mama and daddy selling dope, your daddy go to prison, your mama get killed, your chances of dealing through trauma is much different than if you had a healthy household. I don't want to come across as saying I don't understand what goes on in the inner city community. And this is more about poverty. No, what I'm saying is this is more about poverty than
100%.
race, in my opinion. When I was a cop patrolling poor white neighborhoods, they daddy wasn't there either.
Right.
And they were committing most of the crime in these poverty-stricken neighborhoods.
sure.
Education was not
Right.
something that was afforded to some of these people. So it's not necessarily just a race thing. And I want us to get past the point of using it as an excuse to say, because we're black, we uniquely have these
Right.
things
So-
that are holding us back. And I don't know if that's true.
But no, so I work with students with special needs, right? And a lot of times what we say when we have their diagnoses is it's not an excuse as much as it's an explanation. And it's like you have a reason or a rationale behind why something exists. And when you have that, it's like you have to let that seep into your thinking. And it's like you talk about the music or the movies or the TV shows, like it ain't, Goodfellas and Godfather and Scarface and all these stuff with people who don't look like us, who, we got power and, all of that stuff like that. Cool, we got music, but don't act like we ain't seen Tiger King, or, you know what I'm saying? And they was out there anyway. But what I'm saying is, it's like there's microscopic like examples you can give of all of these things, but if you just look overall with all of the systems, there's never been like an equitable amount of it that goes towards black folks. And I think that for that reason, you have to embed that into your thinking. And I think, again, your claim is not horribly off, but it's also like without regard to the reality of the whole holistic situation.
So can we come to an agreement on this? Is that we both acknowledge all of these things happen. We both acknowledge that it's not in part of some of the things that have happened in the black community is not necessarily just an excuse, it's an explanation.
Right.
But do we agree that it does not prevent you from becoming successful and doing those things today?
I think yes, and which is again the practice that I like to do is a yes and, because I think that there are going to be people who transcend what life is kind of like put in their place. But I think for a lot of folks, like, it's just like if I have a above average ability, like if I'm 6'5", so it's like I have a leg up on somebody who might have also been the same level as I am in basketball or sports or something like that. But because I have height, I have a little bit higher of a chance. Like if I'm somebody who's from a similar neighborhood with the similar like IQ and all of that stuff, but my parents have access to things that these other parents don't, my outcomes are going to be different. And I think that's like you're saying is like it's an excuse, where it's not so much of an excuse as it's like I just want us to be able to have like some people transcend, some people go along with the, like you have a bell curve, like you have the people that's in the standard deviations outside of the mean, but like the outcomes over here and the outcomes over here are the ones that we tend to focus on, when it's like there's a lot of people in the middle who really just not getting a fair shake at it because these systems are in place that don't benefit us properly or effectively.
I think that
I have to pause here. It was a great debate, but you have been voted out by the majority.
I'm going to do one more, and I'm going to get to another topic. I got another topic that I want to discuss before I get up off of her. Hold up, let me read TS Crew #1. He said, I am not a clinician. I can't pronounce that. I apologize. I work on the administration side. I do presentations with doctors, and we address that this is a real issue to our clients. We follow up that we treat all our members equally across all ethnic groups and don't discriminate care based on race. It's actually illegal in any aspect to discriminate based upon race. But, based upon race, some people can get away with discrimination and not have to face, they don't have to face circumstances or consequences for their discrimination piece. And some others, they will have to face circumstances. It's like that in the police industry. It's like that in the real estate industry, the medical industry, all types of industries that it's illegal to discriminate based upon race. But some people have consequences and some people don't. But I want to address this, and I want to play one more clip, one more debate, and then I'm going to get into this. You know, I don't know if I want to get into this Ben Crump on the art of dialogue or this Wes Moore in Maryland. He sat down with Killer Mike and had a conversation, but I just want to continue on with the conversation. You know, I don't think that Officer Tatum looks at the root of things. You know, I was a person that grew up with unfamiliar and favorable circumstances. And the trials and tribulations and situations that I had to deal with to overcome life was excruciating. And it still plays a part in my life to this day. You know, but decision making is critical when I make decisions. Every decision I make is critical. And it shouldn't have to be that way. Certain people have advantages that, you know, they have had for so long that they don't appreciate. And Officer Tatum is one of those individuals. Let's continue on with the conversation. One more debate, then we're going to switch the topic.
Well done. 3, 2, 1.
Hi again.
You're back.
I am. So I do want to isolate this cause, you think, of Black disenfranchisement just over the course of history, because the thing I keep hearing you say is culture, right? But in psychology, we have this debate between nature and nurture, all right?
Sure.
Every decision, the patterns that come from different populations can be caused by either one of two things. It's like your material conditions, okay, this is the culture you're talking about. This is like attitudes, okay, and behavioral patterns. Or it's like genetically, in some way, you are different from other populations. Like you naturally have less of an inclination towards success. So for Black people, I have to ask you, which one is it?
No, I definitely don't think Black people have a less inclination towards success because of some DNA makeup.
Perfect.
Black people do have a DNA, I guess, expression that makes them a lot more proficient in sports. I mean, that's an advantage. But when you're talking about, like, your point is very broad. Systemic racism, does it affect you today, and does it affect your life moving forward? I do not believe so.
If you believe that nurture, right, is the cause, right, of Black people acting differently, it's not something biological here. We have to ask, okay, when it comes to culture.
It can be in part biological.
Biologically,
generational trauma could be biological.
But that comes from, like, again, social standards, okay, issues that are replicated from the material conditions. When I say material conditions,
I got a question to ask y'all that's watching, and I want to know a response in the comment section. He said generational trauma can be biological. I want to ask y'all a question. He said generational trauma can be biological. I'm going to say it one more time. Officer Tatum said generational trauma could be biological. We got somebody that's watching the show in the health industry. This is a question I want to ask y'all. Do y'all think that's watching the show that trauma is transferable through the DNA? Let's have a conversation. Is trauma transferable through the DNA? Let's have a conversation.
I'm talking about what is around you, what is the infrastructure of your life, okay? What systems are you born into, okay? So if we can recognize that, right, is where the cause is lying, my question to you is gonna be, again, where has this equalizer been, right, in the whole status quo between white folks and Black folks?
Let's put it this way. I'm hoping that we can get to a conclusion of understanding, because you keep saying Black people as if we uniquely are the only people who are dealing with certain issues in poverty. White poor people experience a lot of similar things as Black people.
But not segregation and not redlining.
It's not.
Right?
But when you say redlining, when I just told you when you look at the historicity of redlining, majority of the people who were in the red line district were white.
I can't wait for the fact check for this one.
92%.
He said, hold on. I got to rewind it, because we about to read this fact check.
status quo between white folks and black folks.
Let's put it this way. I'm hoping that we can get to a conclusion of understanding, because you keep saying black people as if we uniquely are the only people who are dealing with certain issues in poverty. White poor people experience a lot of similar things as black people.
But not segregation and not redlining.
It's not,
right?
but when you say redlining, when I just told you when you look at the historicity of redlining, majority of the people who were in the red line district were white.
He said that white people experience a lot of the things that black people do. Well, damn it, they the majority. You know, you want to use the statistics against us when you say that we are the majority of violent crimes, but we are the least amount of people in this country, when I have been educated by somebody that we are not the minority. Someone educated me that we are not the minority. That's a myth. But let's read this. Fact check. Redlining and related discriminatory housing practices harmed black communities, most systematically, but some Jewish, immigrant, and other ethnic neighborhoods were also downgraded by federal appraisers and local real estate professionals who describe certain populations as inharmonious, undesirable, or an infiltration. It harmed black people the most.
I can't wait for the fact check for this one.
92%.
I'm going to be so
I'm gonna
honest
tell you
with
right now. Okay.
No, black
92%. Listen to me.
race
Let me
was
explain
explicitly
it.
a factor.
No, it was not explicitly a factor.
Oh, it was, and I can't wait for the fact check to show
all
that
right,
part too.
I hope they do. When you're talking about the creation of the red line from the HOLC corporation, it's a lot of things in my mind. When you look at the delineation line, when they drew the red line, that was after discrimination had already existed.
And what did the red lines do?
The red lines were more of a revelation of what was happening, more so than a demarcation that created it, because they had already been there. None of because you haven't looked it up. That's why. That's why you haven't looked it up. I did a lot of looking up. You didn't do enough. So some of these discriminatory practices by lenders occurred way before there was a red line. The negative effects of redlining affected white people and black people.
How about this?
Disproportionately affecting black people.
How about this? Let's get back to the cause of black individuals' strife in America, okay?
Hey, a question for everybody watching this. Have y'all ever, I never in my life seen a black man defend the white political, supremacist system like this in my lifetime. I never seen it before. This is unique. And we've been here for 3.5 hours, but this is unique. This is really unique that someone would defend this system like that.
Okay. I want you to isolate again, for me, if it's not biological, where is this culture coming from? How does it happen?
It's like, for instance, when you look at black culture, 30s, 40s, 50s, was very different than today. There was no gangster hip hop music that was talking about killing and thugging and smashing every day. That didn't exist. Black families were intact at a higher rate. Black entrepreneurship was up. Education was prioritized in the black community. We begin to see that degrade over time. So it's impossible almost to say slavery caused black people to be here. We're not accounting for the explosion of success here in the black community. Okay. And I'm saying that the degrading of culture, people falling away from God, not marrying the people they have children with, all of those contributing factors that are perpetuated by black people has caused a lot of the problems that we see
when
today.
We talk about things like rap music, okay, when we talk about the hip hop and whatever,
yeah,
what is being talked about in these songs? It's obviously shootings, okay? It's like life experiences are what are being discussed, okay? And when we look at those life experiences, they're much more so being concentrated in black areas, and that was true in the 30s and 40s and 50s.
No, it was nowhere near.
Hold on.
It was nowhere
I would love
near
to see
the
the
concentration.
I would love to see the statistics.
Was there Bloods and Crips in the 30s?
I want to get like three sentences out.
Go ahead.
That's important in this debate. Okay, so once again, 30s, 40s, 50s, there was segregation. Again, we all know this.
But black people still persevered through.
That wasn't even one sentence I got out. Do you recognize that?
We got the
yeah,
time
we got
limit.
time
Come on,
going
I gotta
down.
get-
And for us to be on the same page, we have to understand the same kind of history. So I didn't get any, like, there was no statistic that, or there's no kind of facts about the wealth in the 30s or 40s, 50s that you gave me,
Well,
well, hold on, right? What I'm trying to tell you, right, is that this disparity has existed even in those times you're talking about, where there wasn't any, expressions of culture that had to do with music. There was still disenfranchisement. There was still a lack of resources. HBCUs were still underfunded in those time periods. And we saw that Black people, for the most part, did not have home equity, which is the greatest way that you can essentially create generational
You
wealth.
can't-
That was all true.
But yes, some of what you're saying is true, but I don't think it's the end all be all in success of Black people today. Like, for instance, all of the things that you're referring to, hundreds of years ago, 60 years ago, I'm asking you right now, do those things that happened then have a profound negative effect on Black people in perpetuity?
Of course, and I'll tell
All
you
right,
why.
I have
agree.
to stop here.
Property
The clock
taxes.
has run out.
That's why. Anyway.
I'm so sorry.
Good to see you.
Thank you guys.
I got a question for y'all. I'm gonna read the comments and I'm gonna give my take on that though. Systematic racism is used as an excuse to avoid personal responsibility. Ooh, that's crazy, man. That's a crazy question in totality. But I want to read this from Diane. Slavery is about money, power, and resources. That's a fact. LS is here, said the people that holds Tatum's reigns have contributed heavily to the degradation of our community. That's also a fact. TS Crew 1, I'm headed to Napa Valley in 2 weeks, man, to celebrate my anniversary with my wife. She wanted to go out there and just cool it. Napa Valley is a beautiful place. I might be doing a live from out there too, just to talk about my experience out there. But these in San Francisco, California still have a clause in them that says if the house is sold, that it cannot be sold to. Hold on. These in San Francisco still have a clause in them that says if the house is sold, that it cannot be sold to a Black family. True statement. You can look it up. Damn, that's deep. Home ownership in our community largely hasn't changed. That's true, man. It's actually became difficult up under the Trump administration. I remember when he got in office the first time, that was probably the peak of having home ownership and flipping houses and stuff like that, and people getting 2 years buying a house for $250, it go up to $450 and stuff like that. Now the only people that can buy the houses and stuff is the developers, and the developers are buying the properties and they selling them at the rate that they want to sell them at. It's just an interesting time that people thought to vote for Trump because he said that he was going to prioritize America. He said he was going to prioritize the real estate market. But when he said that, he wasn't talking about for the people. He was talking about for his constituents. So let me read this comment. I used to harp on racism all the time, but I started realizing I wasn't using it as a protest, but as an excuse. Once I left it behind, the world is mine. It's also against the law for Blacks and whites to marry. Well, why so many Blacks and whites are married, Diane? Educate me now. Because it's a lot of Blacks and whites married. A lot of these dudes out here be prioritizing the Becky. If you married to a Becky and you watching the show, I'll be looking at y'all niggas sideways. I ain't even gonna cap. Because y'all be talking bad about the Black woman like y'all can't handle her. She too boisterous. I love Black women, man. Naturally, alignment, like-mindedness. I love my Black women, but ain't nothing wrong with y'all getting y'all Becky or whatever though. But that's an interesting comment. It's also against the law for Blacks and whites to marry. Is that locally or in some state or whatever though? Because I don't, it's too many niggas out here marrying Becky's. And I'm sorry to use the word nigga, but it's too many brothers out here marrying Becky's for me to believe that, Diane. Many people don't honor the clause, to be fair. Many say it's outdated. But the point is that it's still there in case they want to use it. That's true. Facts. It's in the books in the South. They don't use the law. Those developers are also selling to each other to drive up the values to exclude many from the real estate market. Man, Charlotte ain't no joke right now in North Carolina. If you got a property for sale, they'll buy it in a day. The developers will, because the families can't afford it. The only thing they'll do is drive the price up and make it more unaffordable. You know, these homes that used to be worth 175 is like worth 550, 600 now, the median price for a home. So I want to read one of these comments and I want to ask y'all a question. And I'm gonna wait till y'all answer the question. Come on, think. I'm saying it's law, but they don't use it. Okay, I understand, Diane. I understand. Okay, do y'all want? I'm gonna ask y'all a question. What do y'all want? Me to continue on with the Officer Tatum debate? Do y'all want me to play Wes Moore, the governor from Maryland, was sitting down with Killer Mike in Atlanta? This is the governor that turned down the reparations bill in Maryland. Or do y'all want me to play Ben Crump? Ben Crump sat down with the Art of Dialogue and was talking about the whole Nolan Wells thing. Or I got another topic, because it's one more topic I want to talk about, and we can get up off of this thing. Hold up. The history. Hold up. It's playing. The history of reparations. I got 3 topics: Ben Crump, Westmore, or the history of reparations. Or we can stay on this Officer Tatum debate and we can roll out. But you know, I just got. Tell me what y'all want, and I'll do it. I'm gonna wait on y'all responses. Yeah, I was in Atlanta doing birthday bash. You know, I went to the Chateau Elan for my wife's birthday in May. You know, Atlanta is a significant place for us because I'm a Tennessee player and she from South Cac. So we love Atlanta. You know, I'm from East Tennessee though, not Memphis. A lot of people think of Tennessee and they see black people and they think of Memphis. But I'm from East Tennessee, so I'm like an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Atlanta. I seen what happened to Atlanta. Atlanta looks a lot different right now. And I don't like the direction it looks, you know, but do y'all what topic y'all want me to discuss? And you know, we gone after this. Let's get to it. If y'all don't say nothing, I'm gonna pull up what's of my interest.
Like, oh man, talk about that, because so many people are taught to, are told to, are instructed to, and so many people out of fear don't. But to me, there is. I heard the president of the Atlanta Feds one time, talking about money, talked about if the black economy is strong, the overall economy is tremendously stronger. If you judge the metrics of our educational system, if inner city schools, essentially called Word for Black, are doing better, our entire educational system becomes better and becomes flourishing. Why are black politicians and why is this country so afraid to be inclusive of black when blacks have belonged to this country now since 1619, and literally and figuratively, and once they were asserted, or once they asserted their freedom, much like your grandfather is very patriotic in terms of he wanted his rights, and he wanted the government out of his life beyond his rights. Right. So why are we afraid of that in today when you are not?
No, and also because, you know why too? Because I'm not afraid of data. Yeah, like I don't say this because it's like, you know, oh, because it sounds good. I say it because I know numbers really well. Right. You know, like, this country has lost $16 trillion in GDP over the past 2 decades because of the racial wealth gap.
Yeah.
That's not gross domestic product of a group. Yeah. That's GDP.
It's all of us.
All of us.
Yeah.
So it's not like the fact that, y'all, bigotry is expensive. Yeah.
Listen. You the representation of Maryland, every person in Maryland, but you black. And I don't, the word black, we already discussed that it's a social construct. And they string all of the nationalities that is the same skin complexion together. So this brother is basically Jamaican. He's not indigenous to the land. He's not FBA. He's not an American black. So he doesn't understand, or he may think he understand the struggle, but at the end of the day, I'm sick and tired of politicians talking about they don't only represent black people, they represent the whole. The GDP, he's talking about the GDP as a whole. We don't care. Killer Mike, I'm looking at you different because you talk as if you stand up for your people. You from Atlanta. You got to speak for your people. I would ask if I was the interviewer, I would ask Westmore, I would say, we don't care. How are you prioritizing us? Because that's how you win. That's how you get our vote. Talk about how you prioritize us.
Racism is expensive, and it's making us less competitive because what it's doing is not allowing us to tap into what I believe is one of the greatest assets of this country, for the fact that we have this really unique country where people can come here regardless of your origin story and be part of a bigger story. Like that, a person coming, I could go and move to China right now. I will never be considered Chinese. Right? I could move to Germany right now. They wouldn't consider me German, right? They wouldn't consider me Brazilian. There's something unique about this country. And if we don't actually embrace that, you're actually giving away your superpower. And it's the reason that, I am unapologetically black everywhere I go. I'm unapologetically Christian everywhere I go. These are things that are my
politicians, they use things, religion, and politics as something that they can string a bunch of people up to get their vote or to get their approval for something, but they never, ever talk specifically. This nigga goofy at the end of the day. He ain't standing with us, man. Let me see what my boy Ellis talking about. Then why did you go against reparations if you so concerned with the health gap disparity? Facts. But I can tell you why, and I wish I could converse with him, and I could pull that clip up, but I didn't have it prepared though, LS. He said that reparations, what they was proposing in the state of Maryland, was a study instead of something that is attainable. And I feel like no matter what it is, you should approve it to see what you can get out of it. Even if it was a study, let's study it. The study, we already done studied it and we know what it is and everything though. But if that's what they offering, let's get that and let's come prepared and have an understanding that we can overpower them in the studying and showing and proving why it's a necessity. Goof ass nigga. For real.
strength. And these are things I have no reason to be ashamed of. And so I do wear them on my sleeves. I know that for a lot of political people, and again, I don't come from a political background. Governor was the first office I ever ran for.
Really?
Ever. I never ran. Listen.
So hold on, stop. For those out there who might not be as nuanced, saying governor is literally saying I'm the president of a state.
Right.
I, in total, run this state along with our sitting in Congress that are in the state and state representatives. But I'm the man. So this badass motherfucker goes on. You got the bronze, didn't you?
Yeah.
Got the bronze star. Yep. Survives, comes back from Afghanistan, has an amazingly beautiful, brilliant black woman, and is first office he ever ran for governor.
Governor. Yeah.
Wow, man, they gotta hate you, bro. You like Tupac. Yeah. you're like a legitimate Tupac, and you got the ball hitting the great smile.
Yeah.
You ain't, boy.
Why you think you won? To be honest, like if you had to just
because I wasn't one of them. Yeah. Honestly, so I don't remember when I made the decision that I was going to run for governor. I was running a poverty fighting organization, and when people ask me, they're like, what are the things you want to do when you become the governor? I said, we're gonna end child poverty, and we're gonna address the racial wealth gap. And people are like, listen, you can't run on that.
So they thought you was tripping, right?
Grand opening, grand close.
They were like, this got tripped.
Yeah, right.
That
At
sounds
my
big.
first poll, I was polling at 1%. In fact, true story, I'm not voting was polling higher than Westmore.
Oh, wow.
That was my first poll. So, and again, I did not come from my background. You know, I come from a family that's used to suffering the consequences of policies, not making them. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so when I first then went through the process, I remember, in fact, true story, I think it was like a July 4th barbecue or something like that. They invited all the candidates who were running for governor. It's like 12 people. And they're all showing up and they're like, we're going to give all of you, 3 minutes to talk about yourself and this and that. So all these candidates showed up and they're like in suits and ties and all this kind of stuff. But it's like 94 degrees. So I show up and I'm in a polo and some shorts. And the chatter.
But white folk got mad.
Oh, he's not taking it seriously.
He showed up in tight polo. He got the women going crazy.
I'm going to end this commentary because I feel like this isn't of service to us as a whole and our people. I like Killer Mike's raps, but listening to Killer Mike talk to this politician, and he keying and laughing and talking about the ladies and all of that, he ain't talking about nothing specific. It's people out there struggling right now, big dog. And I know that might not be of your concern because you living good. But at the end of the day, we got to ask the tough questions to these brothers and these people that is supposed to be representing the whole, especially in the cities and the states that is significant. I'm going to play this video and I'm going to get up off of this thing, man. This is the case for reparations. I think this is something that'll be of substance to y'all. I appreciate y'all tuning in to my show, man. I'm very thankful for the viewership that we have had tonight. We got probably over 2,500 views. We had a great call-in section midway through the show with educator, my boy Eric Hamilton, and Diane called in. Timestamp Tiffany called in. We had a couple of new callers. A brother from Atlanta called into the show with his perspective. We know who Brandon Tatum is now after watching that, though, but I want to play this video. This is the case for reparations. And I'm going to have some commentary to it, though, but I'm going to let it play for a minute before I discuss it. Thank y'all for y'all time, man. I'm very appreciative.
Ta-Nehisi Coates' article for The Atlantic, The Case for Reparations, went viral, tracing everything from the racial terror of slavery to the rampant housing discrimination of the 20th century. Coates made the case for financial reparations for the descendants of those who were enslaved in the US. However, the argument for reparations extends back much further than 2014 and also has significance beyond the Black American community. So today we're talking about one of the most controversial topics moving through American politics for over 150 years, and we're going to explore a few key things. First, we'll look at examples of reparations that have been made to other communities across the globe. Next, we'll trace the history of the arguments for and against reparations to Black Americans. And finally, we'll discuss where the arguments around reparations stand in the US today. Articles like Coates' often focus solely on the history and arguments for reparations for Black Americans who are the descendants of slaves because of historic harm inflicted on that community by the US government. But there's actually a much larger conversation to be had. Before we dive into the then and now of reparations debates, we should first look at the global and historical precedents. So let's start with two examples from the US. Japanese American survivors of the internment/concentration camps of World War II and Native Americans. The Civil Liberties Act of 1988, spearheaded by people like Congressman Norman Mineta, who was himself a survivor of Japanese American internment, was a watershed moment for this community. The bill, which was followed by a formal ceremony for survivors in 1990, issued checks for $20,000 and a letter of apology to over 80,000 people after 120,000 were forced into American camps during World War II. And you can learn more about the history of concentration camps in our video, Concentration Camps Are Older Than World War II, right here on our channel. There were also earlier reparations paid to Native American communities. The Indian Claims Commission was created by Congress in 1946 and lasted until 1978. The commission was led by commissioners appointed by the president, and tribes and nations were given 5-year spans to file complaints. The commission could only make monetary awards since the return of land was explicitly excluded. Over the course of its history, approximately $1.3 billion was awarded to 176 tribes and nations. According to Aaron Blakemore at History.com, this amounted to approximately $1,000 per person of Native ancestry, and much of the money was kept in trust or earmarked for reservation projects. But we should note that the commission has also been accused of chronic mismanagement. A separate agreement was made with Congress in 1971 when $962 million worth of Alaskan land, about 44 million acres, was awarded to Native groups in exchange for them giving up claims to land in the rest of the state. But again, the money was not given directly. Regional and village corporations were placed in charge of the land, and beneficiaries were given shares of stock in those corporations. Although these aren't the only examples of the US paying reparations, they do establish a pattern. When historic harm has occurred, the US government has been prepared to make amends, either through legislation or financial payments or both. Now let's look internationally. Two of the best-known cases of government reparations occurred in Germany after World War II and South Africa after the end of apartheid. First, Germany. In the wake of World War II and the systematic genocide of approximately 6 million Jewish people, the German government, as well as many German banks and financial institutions, paid billions of dollars to Israel and to individual survivors over the course of decades. The German reparations program was created in 1952, when the first chancellor of West Germany, Konrad Adenauer, signed the Luxembourg Agreement with Israel. And as of its 60th anniversary in 2012, the agreement had seen Germany pay out approximately $89 billion. The requirements and payouts have varied as the generations who lived during the war have aged and died. For example, in 2011, the requirement for receiving compensation as a survivor of a ghetto was reduced from 18 months spent living there to 12 months. And in 2012, the program was open to survivors who lived under Soviet rule countries, making approximately 80,000 people eligible for payments of $3,250. Now let's turn our attention to reparations made in South Africa. In this case, the reparations came more in the form of truth-telling and public hearings rather than direct financial payments. In 1994, after Nelson Mandela was elected president after the country's first democratic and free elections, the country looked for ways to heal the harm caused by previous regimes. Under South Africa's apartheid government, there had been years of racialized violence against the Black population. Laws banning interracial marriage and requiring Black citizens to live in under-resourced communities and carry identification documents were just some of the violence committed under apartheid. But the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, also known as the TRC, set up nationally televised hearings where Black South Africans were able to publicly name the indignities they had been forced to suffer over decades. Although many of the perpetrators showed little remorse, the TRC started in 1995 with testimony from 21,000 survivors, 2,000 public hearings, and 7,112 amnesty applications that shed light on the government's systematic abuses. The TRC shone a national and international spotlight on the human rights abuses of the apartheid era. However, the financial reparations promised through the TRC were extremely limited. In 2003, President Thabo Mbeki announced that one-time payments of around $4,000 each would be made to 18,000 survivors of apartheid who testified before the TRC, and the rest of the money would be placed into development programs for all South Africans. Through these examples, we can see that reparations can take many forms. It can be through direct payments, apologies made, community investments, or truth told. But what these disparate examples demonstrate is that reparations for past harm are a possibility and have been historically throughout the 20th century. So what about that old contentious argument about reparations for the US's involvement in slavery? It's an argument that stretches back to the end of the Civil War and continues to this day. If you've heard anything about the argument for reparations being made to Black Americans, then you've probably heard the phrase 40 acres and a mule. But where does this oft-quoted phrase and the idea behind it come from? Although it's come to stand for the promises made and broken to the formerly enslaved immediately following the abolition of slavery and the end of the Civil War, this history is also a little more complicated than that. General William T. Sherman's Special Field Order Number 15 is the original source of this historical nugget, although the mule wasn't actually included in the text of the order. According to an article by historian Henry Louis Gates Jr., the order was an important post-war decision for a few key reasons. Issued on January 16, 1865, it came after Sherman, a Union general, and Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton met with 20 Black community leaders in Savannah, Georgia 4 days earlier. The leader suggested that what newly minted Black citizens wanted most was land. One of the leaders, Reverend Garrison Frazier, is quoted as saying, "The way we can best take care of ourselves is to have land and turn it and till it by our own labor, and we can soon maintain ourselves and have something to spare. We want to be placed on land until we are able to buy it and make it our own." When asked, all but one member of the group of community leaders agreed that Black people should form self-run communities in order to avoid the prejudice of the South. In addition to listening to these suggestions, Stanton and Sherman had their own reasons for allocating land to newly freed Black people. First, they were looking for ways to weaken the morale and financial stronghold of Southern Confederate landowners. And second, they sought a solution for how to provide for the millions of newly emancipated Black people who had either followed the Union into battle or been set free by the Emancipation Proclamation. The actual text of Sherman's field order is broken into 7 parts with 3 key takeaways. Section 1 notes that these highlighted lands were to be set aside for newly freed Black people. Section 2 notes that the settlements would be governed and run by Black people. And Section 3 allocated plots of up to 40 acres out of the 400,000 acres seized and set them aside for this purpose. Sherman later ordered that the army could lend a mule to the new settlers, hence the second part of this famous phrase. Although Special Field Order 15 was quickly approved by President Lincoln, it was also short-lived. President Andrew Johnson, who followed Lincoln, was a sympathizer of the South and overturned the order the same year it was issued, returning the land to the plantation owners who had originally possessed it. But the phrase 40 acres and a mule would continue to be a rallying cry for the forgotten promises of the Reconstruction period, as well as a symbol of the hope of justice for descendants of the enslaved. Sherman's Special Field Order Number 15 wasn't the last time that reparations would be paid to members of the Black community. In fact, there are several instances of particular members of the Black community receiving reparations and amends from state governments and the federal government for individual instances of abuse. Take, for example, the survivors and descendants of the Tuskegee syphilis study, which took place from 1932 to 1972. During these years, researchers and doctors told poor Black men who signed up for the study that they were receiving treatment for syphilis, when instead they were getting vitamins and placebos, leaving the disease to spread unchecked.
That was enough for me tonight, man. I gave y'all 4 hours of a live stream. You know, that's crazy that they used us as like, even in Philadelphia prisons and stuff, saying that they was gonna shorten our time. On my channel, I got a video where they used us and shortened our time as like test dummies to test drugs out and stuff. That was a little bit much of that right there. We talked about Officer Tatum. We talked about the Congressional Black Caucus. We talked about Westmore. I didn't even play the Ben Crump video, but I'm gonna do a upload of the Ben Crump reaction tomorrow morning. I appreciate y'all, man. Make sure that y'all tap in to that. Subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, show some love, man. I'm greatly appreciative. Let me read a couple of comments and I'm gone off of this thing, man. The land was taken. The Pope allowed for that through the papal doctrine. That is not their land. That's true. For 40 fucking years. Most definitely, man. Hey, thank y'all for tuning in. Peace, love, plenty, abundance. Make sure you go get you some money. Make sure you make yourself knowledgeable. Make sure that you prioritize health. And, you know, I'm up at this thing, man. I greatly appreciate y'all. I'm gone. Chill.
The Trevor Jackson Podcast.
What is the definition of freedom, justice, and equality for the Black man, and where and when is it to be attained?
Well, take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people, to establish our own nation, our own